A very warm welcome to the mobility resort Motegi. We are in central Japan, just a little bit to the north of Tokyo, from the famed Motegi, what used to be known as the Twin Ring. There used to be an oval track here. There still is. It's not used for oval racing, but there's an excellent vantage point to watch racing of all descriptions. It's a wonderful circuit, and it's the venue for round 3 of 6 of the FIM Asia Road Racing Championships. There's Corkill in the commentary box for this afternoon's 5 races. Alongside me, as always, is Barry Russell. And Barry, well, the sun looks out today, but you never know in Japan. Rain clouds could be a little bit over the horizon.
Well, as you can see, it's brighter than we expected. The brightest conditions we've seen so far. Certainly the warmest air and track temperatures. And a little bit breezy, but nothing to affect proceedings. And look at that great shot. That's a high drone shot. Looking down on the grid, the first grid of the day, of course, is for the TVS Asia One Make Championship.
It is. That's the first of the 5 races today. And the man who's in control of that TVS One Make Championship in terms of the championship standings, and the man who's on pole position, and the man who won race number 1 yesterday is Hiroki Ono. He's one of the more experienced, well, he is the most experienced of the campaigners in that championship. Have a look at the weather for today. It's warm at the moment. The wind seems to have calmed down a little bit. 68%. It's a beautiful summer's day, but we are in Japan. Things can change very, very quickly.
Yeah, especially when you've got a little basin, as we're sitting in here in the mountains. They do tend to have their own microclimate, but no rain forecast this afternoon, so fingers crossed, from this side of the commentary box anyway, that we will have no rain, Des.
They'll hope there's no rain as well, although they have got a little bit of cover. 5 races coming your way today. As you mentioned, the TVS Asia One Make Championship. We then move to the Underbone 150s, the AP 250s, the Supersport 600, and then the big boys. So different challenges around this incredibly good course. 14 turns, 8 right, 6 left.
Yeah, lots of hard acceleration, hard braking, downshifts at the end of the straights to some very slow corners, and then accelerating again, and then a nice flowy section in the middle of the circuit. Here's the grid.
We're in the midpoint of the season. This marks race number 6 of 12. Hiroki Ono, the defending champion, is on pole. He won yesterday. Ramdan Rosley and Sartak Chavan, they are at different ends of their careers. One's 18, one's 29. They're on row 2 and P2 and P3 on the grid.
Lots of young talent on row 2, led by Luis Miguel from Spain. Next to him, 14-year-old Hunter Corney from Australia, and India's Chirant Vishwanath on number 6.
Row 3, we've got Rendi, who didn't complete yesterday's race. Alongside him, Riku Matsushima. Alongside him, Kim Min-jae. That tells me that Faris Hafi is an absentee. He injured himself in a race yesterday, so he's not on row 3 as expected.
And on row 4, we've got Shingo Idaka. Next to him from the Philippines, Leandro Paredes. And from New Zealand, another 14-year-old prodigy, Nixon Frost.
Leaves just row 5, which has got Alwyn Sundar. We do hope that Harish is okay. Alwyn, one of the many Indian racers given opportunities by TVS. There's been a lot of injuries in this TVS series. In the last round in Sepang, 4 riders were injured and unable to take part in today, but none of the top 3, in fact none of the top 4, all are here safely. The question, Barry Russell, is can anyone get the better of the number 1 Hiroki Ono?
Well, we've got beautiful conditions today, and Hiroki Ono, his pace yesterday was at least 0.6 of a second faster than anyone else. Hunter Corney put in a very quick lap, but it was only 1 or 2, but over the course of the race he was on average half a second quicker than anyone else. He won by a margin of 4.4 seconds, and until we came to Motegi, he was really having his work cut out, being challenged really hard by Sartak, by Ramdan Rosley, and also by Luis Miguel.
Yeah, and Chirant as well, yeah. Luis Miguel had got a win, Chirant Vishwanath had got a win. So, yeah, it was quite competitive, and then suddenly it came to Motegi, where Ono has been riding effectively at the top level since 2007, which is way before some of his opponents today were born.
That's very true. That's very true. And Hunter Corney could be an interesting rider again today. He had a terrific battle yesterday with Luis Miguel. And Luis Miguel, a little bit more experienced. He won out in the end and took P4 from Hunter Corney, but that was a nice little battle. A few seconds behind the leaders as they form up.
That's Corney in number 9 in the black helmet. 1, 2 and 3 on the grid, or 1, 2 and 3 in numbers as well. Number 3 is Sartak Chavan. Looking forward to seeing if the Indian can carry on what's been an excellent season for him. He took an excellent P2 yesterday, edging past Ramdan Rosley on the last corner. Okay, we are all just about set. Red lights are on. And it's a solid start right in the middle from Ramdan Rosley. He got away to good acceleration. And bike number 2's got himself a nice little lead there, and he took Sartak Chaban with him.
Yeah, nice start there. Hunter Corney looked like he was getting away really well once again from the middle of the second row, but he got shuffled back this time. We did see him take an early lead yesterday, but this is a good start from Ramdan Rosley.
Hiroki Ono just eased himself into P3 on bike number 1. Phenomenal run of form since he joined the championship. 18 wins in 24 races for bike number 1. Of course, he's got tons and tons of experience, but Ramdan Rosley has battled him all the way. Ramdan's only picked up 4 wins in that same time. Numerous P2s and P3s.
Sartak there as well. And Luis Miguel in there as well. So, leading 4 in the championship at this precise moment. Leading 4 in the race.
They come up the hill for the first time. Surprisingly undulating. They take the S's up to the very top of the brow. They'll take this left, then a right, and then they'll come down the hill, which leads to the real feature of this Motegi circuit.
Yeah, so crucial to get a good exit from turn 10. Good launch down towards turn 11.
Usual 4 have got away. Ono leads from Ramdan, leads from Sartak, and Luis Miguel is desperately trying to hang on. But Ono, having got off to a sluggish by his standard start, hasn't taken long to take control of this race. Slides nicely, takes the apex beautifully.
Different line there from Ramdan, but he got a good exit there. Just to try and close the gap and stop the Japanese ace from getting away.
Ono leads again in this competition this season. A P1 and a P3 in Buram, a P2 and a P4 at Sepang, a P1 yesterday. Looking good for him. Sartak is under pressure here from Luis Miguel. And maybe it's an opportunity for us to have a closer look at Miguel and Hunter Corney and another teenager, Chirant Vishwanath, who called all 3 of them out on the start line.
Yeah, I noticed then Sartak just signalling to Luis Miguel not to fight with him, but to follow, and here we have a crasher.
Alwin Sundar, the wild card for today, eats the gravel.
But he walks away, which is the important thing.
He's ahead of Nixon Frost, the younger Kiwi. Number 9 there, Hunter Corney is trailing quite a long way down, which is a little bit surprising. Shingo Idiaka, he's making a move. He's a very highly rated Japanese who is on the Asia Talent Cup.
Yeah, Rika Matsushima also, the number 21. A good one to look out for.
Here's Idiaka.
Rendy, number 10, in the fight there.
A little bit further down here. This is the battle for P5.
There we go, in order. Number 1, number 2, number 3, and number 8 just stringing out a little bit.
At his horrid pace, he's half a second clear already and going away. Hiroki Ono set the fastest sector times in both sector 1 and sector 2. Ramdan desperately trying to stick close to him.
Yeah, I love the way that Ramdan, we saw it all the way through last season, Des, didn't we? How he just never gave up the chase. P2, 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 all the time for him, but never gave up. He kept Hiroki Ono honest. throughout the championship season, and he came in here yesterday before race 1 as the championship leader, so he's not going to let go of that too lightly.
He might not have a choice though, that's the problem for him. Hiroki Ono leads through lap number 2. Behind them, 4 coming through, is Chiranth Vishwanath. Be looking forward to seeing if Chiranth is able to build on that win that he had. He didn't have a win, sorry, it was Ramdan when Chiranth had a P2, sorry, in Buriram. That's as good as he's had. He had, unfortunately, did not finish in the second race in Sepang.
We've seen really promising flashes from Chiranth, and so it's great to have 2 really good young Indian riders in this series. Number 3 is the one that gets most of the attention there on your screen there, Sarsak.
Justifiably a student based out of Pune. But at the moment, he's studying the form of Luis Miguel right behind him, the teenage Spaniard, who's come in and made a...
Oh, and there he goes, Luis Miguel.
That's nicely done by Luis Miguel. 2 DNFs in Buriram, a P4 and a P1 at Sepang. Famous victory.
Yeah, and now Luis Miguel gives the same signal to Sartak as Sartak gave to Luis just a moment ago. Follow me, don't slow me down, and we'll try and catch up. Ramdan Rosley in front.
That's well worked. Ramdan a little bit isolated as he has a pursuit of Hiroki Ono. The lead for Ono is just over a second, just under a second. And it's another second back to Sartak. Although Sartak and Luis Miguel, as you quite rightly pointed out, they look like they're working together, just trying to inch into that lead, or into that P2 of Ramdan Rosley as they go under the oval for the 2nd time on the lap, and for the 6th time in the race.
Yeah, Ramdan Rosley has got a little bit more pace than the 2 behind him so far, looking at the lap times.
Ono comes through the start-finish line, Ramdan Rosley there, and then close behind him, Luis Miguel and Sartak Jaban. Very little between them, 400th of a second as they go over.
Yeah, and he's getting a little bit out of shape there as they came through turn 2.
Nixon Frost completes the 12, just going through the start-finish line at the end of lap 3 for him. Ono with the fastest lap time of 2:05.235, which is a full 1.3 seconds quicker than Ramdan Rosley.
Yeah, and you just saw Luis Miguel going on to the green there. That's the 2nd lap in succession he's done that. If he does that on the last lap, then it could result in him losing a couple of seconds or being docked a couple of seconds by race control. So he needs to be a little bit careful there.
As a duo, they really have pulled in on the back of Ramdan Rosley. And the 29-year-old who we've seen racing in the 600cc's in the Asia Road Racing Championship, he finds himself, rather than looking ahead at Hiroki Ono, feeling a little bit of pressure as they start to come up the hill from behind from the Sartak and Luis Miguel combination.
Yeah, that'll be a good little battle because there's only 2 places left on the podium if we get a 3-way fight. Now leading the best of the rest is the number 21, Riku Matsushima.
Card from Japan, or replacement rider from Japan. That's the battle for P5. You've got the 2 Japanese at the start. Chiranth there. Hunter Corney has joined in as well, as has Rendi and Kim Min Jae. We're back with the guys up at the front. We need 3 lots of cameras, I think, fairly soon, because once again Hiroki Ono is just sprinting away from everybody else. We're only at the midway point and he's already the best part of 3 seconds clear. He'll go through at the midway point, and the gap is 3.6 seconds between Hiroki Ono and Ramdan. That is in just 4 laps.
That's half distance. He won yesterday by 4.3 seconds, so this is quite some progress. Ramdan looking down at his bike then. I'm not sure if he has a problem. Let's keep an eye on that.
He's certainly being closed up.
Just looking down to his left there and behind him. I don't know if he's got a problem with gear shift. Let's see, and keep our fingers crossed that everything's okay with that TVS Apache.
But it's now a three-way train. In fact, Luis Miguel has decided to go straight past. And Sartak Chaban is left trailing in P4, so maybe these three will begin to work together. Worked effectively for Sartak and Luis Miguel to catch up with Ramdan. It's a damn sight tougher for them to catch up with Hiroki Ono.
Yeah. Luis Miguel clearly getting the hang of this Motegi circuit. That's very close pass there from Sartak Chaban.
Very
on
aggressive.
Ramdan Rosley, yeah. Decisive. But no harm done, nobody got out of shape.
Ramdan takes a completely different line as Sartak goes very wide and Ramdan gets a good drive up the hill.
He's just dropping off a little bit, so you have to think that he's got a little bit of a problem there. We'll look at his lap time when they come round next time.
Well, his split times, they're half a second down on where they were. They're 3/10 down on the others, and look at that gap. It's almost the full length of the hill. Maybe he's just able to catch up here, Ramdan Rosley, but well, he has. He's got back into P2.
Well, we know the grit of this rider.
He is great fun to watch. You're quite right. He never knows when he's beaten.
Absolutely wonderful attitude on and off the bike.
Luis Miguel on his tail. Ono goes around turn number 1. Luis Miguel goes into P2 ahead of Ramdan Rosley. Sartak, who hasn't really made a move so far, happy just to be at the tail end. Hunter Corney is leading the best of the rest ahead of Idiaka, Matsushima and Chirat Vishwanath and Rendi. Jimmy J and Paredes go through. Nixon Frost is a long way down.
So nothing between these. Although Ramdan slowed down, there's nothing visible in terms of last lap times. Not really.
Last lap was what, a 2:07.3, only 4/10 down on Luis Miguel. Okay, maybe he just had a temporary problem, but Miguel goes past him as they come into the tunnel on turn 4 for the...
This is really good work from the Spanish rider. 4th yesterday, sitting 4th in the championship with a long shot at the title.
You say it's a very stop-start track where you're standing up straight a lot of the time. The rest of the time you're working very, very hard indeed. So fitness in this heat might become an issue towards the end of this race. Shouldn't, but it might.
Yeah, look at that gap.
It's 6.1 seconds now. I know he won a race by 10 seconds last season. Even by Ono standards, this is a very impressive performance. Behind them, Hunter Corney is still in that little group. We'll keep a close eye for Hunter Corney. He's leading that group.
Yeah, he's 6 seconds down on the battle for second. And there is the battle for second. As you can see, almost the length of the back straight.
Coming down that hill. Different lines taken into these this left-right combination. And then what kind of a drive can you get out? Because it's a long drag to get towards the start-finish line. 1, 2, 3 and 4 have already gone through. Sartak still just, I don't know whether he's just hanging on and letting the other two do the work here, Barry, or whether or not he's struggling to hang on to the back of these two. Sartak Chaban.
He might be struggling a little bit for pace. He was slightly quicker than Ramdan last time around. It could also be, let's look at them when they get onto the fast, or rather the flowing section of the circuit. Let's see where Sartak is strong and where he's not. There really is little to choose between these. It's going to be a battle of wits in the end.
Ono leading the way majestically. It'll move him well beyond 100 points. Sartak Chaban will break 100, so will Ramdan. Those three far and away the best.
Yeah, he was a very happy chappy at lunchtime. We saw him in pit lane. Hiroki Ono enjoying himself, all smiles. always nice to see him happy, but you know what's coming when you see him smiling that broadly before a race.
He's won the All Japan Championships as well, and he's winning races in the All Japan Championship. He's now looking for back-to-back wins and a third win in 6. Here, behind them though, it is a good battle, and Sartak maybe isn't struggling. Maybe he was just sitting, waiting for the other two to make a mistake or to give him a chance or just to ease his tyres into the final couple of laps. So Sartak Chavan, the teenager from Pune in India, back in P4 at the moment, but certainly very much in with a chance of another podium. We're on to the final lap. Ono is through and coming through in 2-3-4. Luis Miguel, Ramdan Rosley and Sartak Chavan.
Yeah, the quickest of those three last time around was Ramdan Rosley.
206.9 for the last lap. Sartak at 207, but close enough. Luis Miguel, he's been leading this group for a long time, and with a young racer, I mean, they'll be looking to learn. That's the whole point of TVS. The one make, yes, you want to win the championship, but also you're looking to test the bikes and to test yourselves in pressure situations like this. And Luis Miguel is in a pressure situation here.
Yeah, and Sartak Chavan clearly believes in his championship chances, even though Hiroki Ono is giving all of them a bit of a slap back in this Japanese round of the 2025 Asia Road Racing Championship. But yeah, I agree, Des. I think this has been great work for Luis Miguel.
As we come around,
such a big gap.
It is, isn't it? It's up be over 7 seconds now. Luis Miguel is still holding on to that lead. Ramdan is there, and once again Sartak coming up the hill seems to struggle just a wee bit. The bike number 8 of Luis Miguel, Ramdan Rosley, the 29-year-old from Malaysia. Nice and experienced. He'll try to put pressure as they come down the hill, but rather ignoring Hiroki Ono. Barring a catastrophe, he'll go on to win his 3rd race of the season. But this is the line that they have all got to take. Sartak goes on the inside, and Sartak makes his attack on the last lap. That's well done by Sartak Chavan. He's got himself into P2. Luis Miguel follows him, and Ramdan Rosley is the man who's now got himself into P2. But Sartak, once again, it looks like he's mugged. Ono goes through for another win, and behind them, this is terrific by India's Sartak Chavan, or is it? It is indeed. He's just held on by 0.03 of a second from Ramdan Rosley to take P3. Luis Miguel has to be content with 4.
Fantastic race there by Hiroki Ono, absolutely untouchable, even more untouchable than he was yesterday. A margin of almost 7 seconds as opposed to the 4.3, and so we now look forward to the Hiroki Ono stand-up wheelie celebration. But brilliantly judged P2 from Sartak Chavan, who, as you pointed out, Des, was hanging around just at the back of that group. Handshake there from Ramdan Rosley and Hiroki Ono. They know themselves, know each other so well.
Great work from Sartak, though. Twice he's mugged Ramdan Rosley coming down the hill on the last lap of the race.
That was a perfect line through the final 4 turns.
Confirmation of the result. Hiroki Ono, another double here in Motegi. He won both last year, he's won both this year. This by 6.8 seconds, slowing down. Sartak Chavan just ahead of Ramdan Rosley. Luis Miguel has to be content for P4, but lessons learned. Chirant Vishwanath means the 1 through 5 are the same as yesterday, but the wildcard Miku Matsushima, he comes through into P6 just ahead of Shingo Idiaka. Hunter Corney, frustrated I think he'll be to drop down to P8. Korea's Kim Min Jae in P9 ahead of Rendi from Indonesia in 10. Paredes in P11. 12 is Nixon Frost, and the man who didn't finish, we saw him crash out, India's wildcard Alwin Sundar.
So Hiroki Ono has stretched his legs and stretched his lead in the TVS Asia One Make Championship, and here it comes. He's just about to trying to get the front wheel of that TVS Apache up. to do his stand-up wheelie celebration.
We are waiting for you.
Yeah, very popular with the marshals and the local crowd here who've turned out. As you can see, there we go.
Japanese winner on the Japanese race. He's not going to give us the wheelie, is he?
Well, he did just about the full length of the back straight yesterday, which is 760 meters. So that was pretty good. Here he goes. I knew he wouldn't let us down.
Goes along the back straight and takes the applause. Also having a little go at the wheelie. Shindo Idiaka. Let's learn from the best.
Absolutely. Those boys know where the balance point is.
Yeah, don't try this at home.
Yeah, especially if you've ever got a wheelie wrong. You know exactly what Des is talking about. So popular here. Done so much for racing in Japan, and really one of the best light motorcycle races Japan has produced in the last 20 years or so. And he's still on the back wheel.
Well, he's enjoying his lap. Yep. There's some friends up in the crowd.
Yeah. Whipping the crowd up. There they are. And a burnout stand-up wheelie. Yeah. That's entertainment. I'm not sure that scampering away at half a second a lap advantage of everybody else is entertainment, but the riders behind him certainly did a good job of that.
It's wonderfully professional. It's given him a healthy lead in the championship at the midway point. It's an 11-point lead that he's got over Sartak Chavan, but credit to Sartak. At 6 races now, 6 podiums for Sartak Chavan.
Yeah, we're seeing the consistency that we were willing him to have to match his undoubted natural speed, and we're seeing it now. So yeah, brilliant race by Sartak, and a really cool head to take that P2.
There's the rather summary scene of the pit lane from the end of the home straight.
Yeah, just 0.03 of a second between Sartak in second and Ramdan in third.
That was a good battle. Good battle between Sartak, Ramdan and Luis Miguel. And we were thinking whether or not Luis Miguel might fall foul of the more experienced Ramdan Rosley. It was Sartak he had to worry about.
Yeah, 2/3 for Ramdan. He came in as championship leader, and he leaves as with P3 in the championship.
Familiar scene. 25 completed races, 19 wins for Hiroki Ono in this TBS Asia 1 make.
Home race, of course, for the tyre sponsor Dunlop. And let's take another look.
Race highlights of race number 2 of the weekend, the midway point of the season in the FIM Asia Road Racing Championships. And a good start for bike number 2, Ramdan Rosley, the experienced Malaysian, trying to just get ahead of Hiroki Ono. Ono, bike number 1, the defending champion, winner yesterday, and the man on pole position. Takes some stopping, Ono, but he was only behind for, well, less than half a lap. But Ono and Sartak Chavan closing in on Ramdan Rosley. But once Ono got in the lead, Barry Russell, there was only one winner.
Yeah, you could see what the others were trying to do just to keep him behind as long as they could, but it wasn't even a lap. But they managed to do that before the Japanese Supremo put himself at the front. And then we saw Ramdan chasing in, and Luis Miguel and Sartak. That was an unfortunate crash there.
Owen Sonder crashing out. Then bike number 8, Luis Miguel. We've seen Luis Miguel on the top of the podium already, and he took some aggressive action. He and Sartak and Ramdan Rosley, they were involved in for about 4 laps, a three-way battle. And the bike number 3 at the end, he's the one to keep an eye on, Sartak Chaban, because he was just making sure his tyres weren't being burned out, because when it comes to the final lap, he repeats exactly what he did the day before, Barry. He would come through to take P2.
He did, so this was realistically as good a weekend as Sartak Chaban could have hoped for. And so, yeah, props to him for converting those chances into 40 points for the weekend.
Indeed, look at the lead though that Hiroki Ono has established. Miguel, yes, we kind of thought it was in many ways predictable that he wouldn't be able to hold on to P2. Ramdan was letting him hold on, and then we get into the final lap, and it's around about this time that we'll have a look at the work from Sartak Chaban as they go up the hill. It's the work coming down the hill and into the right-hand corner at the end that was so impressive from the number 3. And as Ono goes on to take a double this weekend, Sartak Chaban, the teenager from Pune, was able to hold on for a 40-point weekend, well, only by the breadth of a wheel.
Yeah, he came into that crucial turn 10, 2 bike lengths behind, and he came out in front.
And onto the podium.
In second place, from
There is
India,
Ramdan.
Sartak Chaban.
Again, a decent weekend, double podium for Ramdan. He's had 5 podiums out of 6.
Your race winner from Japan, Hiroki
That
Ono.
is the look of somebody who's raced as well as he can. Because when you're up against somebody as experienced and as good and as homegrown as Hiroki Ono, then you're unlikely to be able to beat him. Ono with the win double for Japan. And we will have the national anthem of Japan to follow in just a few short seconds. Haunting notes of Kimigayo, the Japanese national anthem, to celebrate a very, very good weekend's work for Hiroki Ono. Prize presentations, this is Mr. Isa Al-Awadi, the FIM Asia Vice President.
From Malaysia, Muhammad Ramdan Rosli.
FIM, of course, supporting the Asia Road Racing Championship.
And now to present the second prize award, we would like to invite
its
Dr.
inception.
Stanley Yasuhiro,
FIM Asia Vice President, to hand out the second prize.
In second place, from India,
Let's do Sartak Chaban.
Chaban.
And the first prize to be handed out by Sujit Kumar, the FIM Asia Vice President.
Trophy, we would like to invite Mr. Sujit Kumar, FIM Asia Vice President, to the podium.
Top brass in FIM Asia here this weekend. There is Sujit Kumar, 8 times Indian
In first
rally
place,
champion.
from Japan, Hiroki Ono.
Asia one make. Well, the defending champion is looking in a great position to defend his title, but it's not done and dusted by any stretch of the imagination. Ono with his 3rd win of the season on top of the podium. Sartak Chaban, though, has now picked up podiums in all 6 races. Ramdan Rosli will be as competitive as he possibly can be. All it needs is one bad weekend for Ono, and he could find his title taken away from him, but for now, he is reigning supreme.
Thank you to Mr. Isa Al-Awadi and Dr. Stan Yasuhiro, as well as Mr. Sujit Kumar for presenting the awards to our winners.
We move on to Mandalika next for round 4 of the campaign. The TVS Asia One Make Championship points. Hiroki Ono now has 124 points, which is 16 ahead of Ramdan Rosley. Sartak Chaban also on 108 points. I've made a mistake in my calculations somewhere. Luis Miguel is on 80 points. He is in P4. Hunter Corney in P5 on 58 points. Chiranth Vishwanath, the other teenager from India, is on 52 points. Atik Hangya, an absentee this weekend in Motegi, he's on 44. Kim Min Jae, he continues his learning curve from the Korea Republic. He's in 8th. Rendi from Indonesia is on 34 points. Leandro Paredes is on 30, the Filipino. Hazik Fairuz, one of the injured absentees, he's on 19, level with Riku Matsushima, who got himself a P6 today. Nixon Frost from New Zealand is on 18 points, and Idiaka on 17. Another injured absentee, Arshad Rusty, also on 17 points. Okay, I think we can go down and get some post-race reaction from the championship leader and race winner, Hiroki Ono.
Hiroki, dominant once again in Motegi, but the conditions were very different today, much warmer. Did you face anything different today, or was it much easier?
Yeah, today a little bit difficult for me because temperature so high compared to yesterday. So also asphalt temperature very high. Difficult to tire management, but only 8 laps I concentration until last. Yeah, anyway, this weekend I get a good feeling also for to double win. Yeah, very happy. Yeah, I want to say thank you to Japanese fans and ARRC. Thank you very much. ありがとうございます.
Thank you so much, Hiroki. It's great to see that smile again. Great race.
Arigato, Hiroki. Yes, great job. He said thank you to the fans as well with that burning rubber. And he also said thanks to ARRC, but every reason to, because he's leading the championship. Okay, our focus next moves to the busy pit lane of the Underbone 150cc. Race number 6 of 12 of the season is coming up on the FIM Asia Road Racing Championships after this short break.
The FIM Asia Road Racing Championship reaches its mid-season mark. But in the Underbone 150cc, a potential champion is already emerging. Indonesia's Husni Zainal Fauzi is the man to beat. 5 races, 4 wins for the Zir Elephant HP 969 MCR RBT 34 rider. The question is, can anyone stop him? The answer is coming up right now.
Indeed, Husni Zainal Fauzi is the man to watch, and there's an increasing number of people enjoying the sunshine in the hills of Motegi. We're at the Mobility Resort Motegi for round 3 of 6 of the Asia Road Racing Championship. High fives and waving from everyone, Barry Russell. Everyone's in a great mood.
Yeah, sunny smiles, sunny afternoon here in the Tochigi Mountains. Just an amazing atmosphere at the ground here. And what an amazing circuit this is. You can see long straights, hard braking areas that dominate this track and what most people think about. But look at turn 5 through to turn 10. It does flow. So the bikes need to be stable on the one hand for the fast sections and nimble through the flowing sections.
Okay, let's have a look at race number 1 of the weekend, which took place in rather more overcast conditions on Saturday. We mentioned Husni Zainal. Husni Zainal is the man to watch. This is the highlights of race number 1.
So it's nice and toasty on the grid, but as you can see in the background, there are some darker clouds looming around Motegi. Will it stay dry? Well, for the number 150s right now, is looking good weather-wise. So let's have a chat with poleman Fami Basam. So, Fami, yesterday was a good result in the end, P2 for you, but it was still Husni that managed to get to the end. So is there a different tactic for the last lap this time round?
Untuk strategi race 2 ini, saya bermain cukup tenang dan menyusun strategi pada saat balapan dan last lap. Untuk mengejar poin, insya Allah saya akan kejar.
So he's saying that he just wants to stay calm for this race, and for the last step, the most important thing is to maximum points for him. So good luck, Fami. Good luck for this one. And now we're going to make our way down to row 3 to a fast Filipino rider on the Yamaha as well. It's April King Mascardo, who was well within the fight at the front of the group as well, but didn't manage to finish off strongly. So let's have a quick word with April. Let's quickly interrupt the photo session. So April, it was a decent finish in race 1 for you, but there's a long straight before the start-finish line, so that's a new challenge. What's the tactic for the last lap?
We need to follow the group and stay behind and finish good result. And syempre, pagdasal niyo po kami and sana makakuha tayo ng magandang resulta. Yun. Gagawin po namin yung best namin para sa mga Pinoy, sa mga mahal ko sa buhay, supporters. Laban Pinoy!
Thank you so much. Good luck for this one. And now we're going to make our way a couple rows down to Afif Arman, who actually played the role of mechanic a couple of times this weekend after his bike went down in the gravel. So let's have a quick word with Afif. So I'm just going to jump on this side. Afif, this week has been a real struggle for you. You had the pace, but there was just the crash, the bike issues. So can you tell us what has been the struggle this week?
Firstly, very hard for me this weekend. So maybe no luck tomorrow. Maybe no luck yesterday, but today we hope better than yesterday. We try for looking for race 2.
Thank you so much, Afif. Good luck for this one. Back to you, Des and Barry.
Yeah, they didn't have the best of luck, but neither of the pit bike riders were able to really make a mark. Akid Aziz got himself a P6, but Afif Amram, when looking in a threatening position, unable to really take it on. But it's difficult to look beyond Husni Fauzi. He's not on pole position here, Barry Russell, but gosh, 4 wins in 5. It's unprecedented.
4 wins in 5 for Husni and 5 out of 5 for the Zaya LFN HP 969 team. Absolutely incredible season they're having. As Husni gets his head down, prays, thinks, visualizes, and thinks about the rhythm. He gave us some real insight with that almost throwaway comment. The rhythm is important, and then we see that enormous hat being worn by one of the crew for Aditya Fauzi. And also unusual from yesterday's race was the fact that the 3 riders on the front row finished in first, second and third places.
They did indeed. Adichie Fauzi picked himself a P3. He's 4th in the overall championship standings. But the championship standings are led by a massive margin by Husni Zainal over Fahmi Bassam. This is Ahmed Fazrul Sham, who the Cardinals racer has done very well to get himself into P4. He was in a leading group when engine problems forced him out yesterday. And again, he will hope to be competitive, as will Dimas Juli at Moko from Racetech 60 Racing.
Yeah, he did. Threatening all the way through. Dimas Juli, a really quick rider, starting to get the results. He was 5th yesterday, less than 0.2 of a second behind the winner.
Alongside him will be Najul Izzat Mohammed, the 2023 champion. And Najul Izzat, again, he's competing this year. He's had one podium, but he did not finish yesterday. Again, mechanical problems. It wasn't a case of crashing out. His machinery let him down. So a DNF for Najul Izzat, and he'll be hoping to at least complete the circuit today.
Yeah. Last time we were here, last year, he's on the podium in both races, a P2 and a P3 for Nazarul.
This is, that was the second Zia rider there, wasn't it?
Yeah, Gupita Krishna, who won here, race 1 last year. So they've got a great record here.
We've got a lot of potential winners, as always in Underbone. You look right the way down. Even Hafiz Fazrul Raziadan did well yesterday. Got so many people who've got the opportunity. Ahmed Afif Amram, wondering to see if he can recover from yesterday's frustration. Gupita Krishna, you mentioned, Wayowaji has had wins. Akid Aziz is 3rd in the championship.
Yeah, Pirapong for Team One for All, home race for his team. He was just a couple of hundredths off the podium yesterday.
And then there's the Philippine triumvirate as well. You've got April King Moscado, John Emerson and Gito, who was leading for long chunks of yesterday, and Ian J. Sobretodo as well. And Masato Fernando. It's a quartet of Filipinos. My apologies. How can you forget for Masato, Des?
Absolutely. There he is at the back on the right side of the screen on the minty green Yamaha.
26 starters, of whom Fahmi Bassam, the defending champion of this Underbone 150 championship, is on pole position alongside the championship leader Husni Zainal Fazli, and the 3rd Indonesian Adichie Fauzi makes it 1, 2, 3 for Indonesia.
Row 2 chock full of brilliance, led by Ahmad Fazrul Sham. Next to him, Dimas Juliat Moko for Racetech 60. Nazrul Izzat, 2023 champion, hoping for better luck today.
The lone tie, Piripong Luboympeng for Team One for All in P7. John Emerson and Gito, the best of those 4 Filipinos for the 4S1M Evo Yamaha racing team in 8. April King Moscado alongside him for UMA MMR Yamaha Philippine racing team.
Champions all on row 4. Akid Aziz is 10th. Next to him, 2-times champion Wayowaji Trilaksana, race winner last time out. Number 23, Gupita Krishna, teammate of Husni.
A Malaysian, Shahal Yuzi, deserves a little bit of luck. Not a lot's gone his way. Same for Ahmad Afif Amram. Those 2 Malaysians, he's on the pit spike. Will be hoping to get up in the leaders. Kiki Sudirman Manarung from JPNW, the 2nd from that team on the Honda.
Yeah, the Filipino, NJ Sobretodo for UMA MMR on 16th place on row 6. Next to him, Darwizi Sahir and Shamal Amshar Effendi starts 18th.
E19. For the Maestro team, you've got a young Badli Ayatollah Masarong alongside Jordan Badaru, who picked up points yesterday for Team One for All, and Adib Arshad Hisham for UMA Racing Yamaha Maju Motor Asia team.
And on row 8, we've got the first of the 2 Vouch bikes, with Afizi Supat aboard. Next to him, Ricky Ibrahim, who should be able to climb up from that position, and Hafiz Fadrul Rashidan for 4S1M Evo also out of position.
Yeah, down in row 9, completing it, we've got Masato Fernando, the experienced Filipino for Phobisek Yamaha Racing, and the 2nd of the Vosges for Tenko Amrul Hafarudin. Now, neither Vosges made it beyond the start line yesterday. Let's hope they'll be hoping, and I think everybody neutral is hoping that they have an awful lot more luck this time. It's a long way to come to have incomplete races.
Yeah, amen to that. And so exciting to see another manufacturer, the Chinese manufacturer, coming into this most competitive of series. When I say most competitive, you can the competitiveness of this series stands up against anything you will see in two-wheel motorsport anywhere on planet Earth.
Are you listening, Husley Zainal? 4 wins out of 5.
He's not listening. He's
No,
just
not.
getting into his rhythm.
But one poor weekend and things can change dramatically. And we've got 7 races still to come. We've got here this second race in Motegi. We've got Mandalika coming up in August. We're then in Malaysia in Sepang in October before the season finishes in early December in Buriram. An awful lot can happen between the 11th of July and the 7th of December.
It certainly can. As just about all the riders are on the grid now. One of the riders further back just tapping the tarmac. I'm not sure what that was about. I think maybe a good luck ritual. There is Husni, number 143 in the middle of the front row, going from pole, defending champion Fahmi Bassam.
26 starters for race 2 of the weekend in the ARRC Underbone 150. Long hold and a tentative start from Husni. Fahmi Bassam has got away slightly better, and also a flying start from Nazrul Izzat on this air side, and Ahmad Fajrul Sham for the second day in a row. Barry Russell has come from the second row to take the lead into turn 1.
He certainly knows how to launch that Yamaha, and he's done it again. We're on board with Nazrul Izzat in this race, looking back there at the number 222, Fahmi Bassam, and Pirapong, the number 24.
Oh, Pirapong has just led into, gosh, is that one of the Uma racers? Well, Pirapong, he'll get back on board, but that's a real problem for Fahmi Bassam. Oh, the defending champion Fahmi. That is collateral damage from Pirapong Luboinpeng.
And yeah, let's just have a look what happened there. Anything can happen in this series, as we know. Tangled with Pirapong. Pirapong got pushed as he came across. Fahmi Bassam just clipped his rear wheel. It wasn't the fault either of Pirapong or of Fahmi Bassam, but that's the way the luck rolls from time to time when you've got 26 riders here. If Fahmi does get back up, he's got a lot of riders to get past to salvage even a single point.
Certainly has. That's a tough one. In the meantime, Husni Zainal for the LFN HB 969 MCR RBT 34 Zia team was in the lead with his teammate Kupita Krejnev. Here is Fahmi Bassam. Oh, this is a nightmare scenario for Fahmi, second in the championship standings. Now, if he picks up no points today, Husni's lead was already 45. Akid Aziz is the closest to him, 58 points adrift. But there's, again, I say, an awful lot can happen between now and December the 7th, as we've just seen.
Yeah, an awful lot happened on that 760-metre run down from turn 10 to turn 11, and the rider coming out ahead of it all is Kupita Krejnev, the only other rider, apart from Husni, who's won a race this season.
Also, hunkering down, you've got the 2 pit spikes, you've got the 2 Malaysian pairing, Akid Aziz, Ahmad Afif Amram, P1 and P2, Dimas Juli splits them, Nazrul Izzat and Ahmad Fajrul Sham will be looking for his machinery to work better for him. He's in P2, you can see him as we look behind from Nazrul Izzat. 202 in the lime green is Dimas Juli in the easy to pick out Race Tech 60 colours.
Yeah, he featured all the way through yesterday, and the equally easy to pick out Waiwaji Trilaksana, quite a long way back in that group.
Again, pushed out very wide indeed. Looked like it was Adib, but he's just managed to control that. Nazrul Izzat trying to control things from the very, very front. Fahmi Bassam is still a long, long way behind.
Yeah, one thing we know, just looking ahead a few laps to the final lap and the final corner, we know Nazrul Izzat is really good at slipstreaming his way to the line. We saw that time and time again in 2023, his championship year. But at the moment, he's following Dimas Juliet Moko for race tech 60.
There's a bit of activity in the pit lane away to the left of our commentary area. I can see at least one bike is coming in, but I couldn't see if it was Fahmi Bassam. I'm assuming he'll stay out in a desperate bid if he possibly can, just to try to rescue some kind of points. We've got an incident at the back of that long lap. One of the race tech 60, that's Darwisi is down, and Wayuaji Trilaksana. Darwisi does a good job of looking after Wayuaji, but it was an apologetic handshake from Ahmad Duisi Sahir.
He had a crash last time here at Motegi last season. Another one, unfortunate for the 2 times champion Wayuaji Trilaksana, his teammate. Dimas Juliet Moko still very much at the front of this group, currently 5th as they come through the second tunnel.
Adichie Fauzi was who was leading the way as they came under the tunnel for the second time. This is the quarter point of this race, and also interesting to see their bike, number 25, John Emerson and Guido. And that's one of the pit's bike.
That's Akid Aziz.
Akid Aziz is
down, and his bike is right in the middle of the circuit. He's running down the edge of the track on the tarmac. The marshals are going to be keeping a really close eye on that. They should have time to clear the track before they come round again. April King Moscato making a move there. Let's take another look. Look at the number. Oh, what happened there? There was a clash between riders. They must have got their wheels tangled up. Kid Aziz instinctively looking behind him, because one of the things that will really make every hair on your body stand up in that situation is there anybody behind me?
Well, luckily there wasn't, but it's the end of the points opportunity for Akid Aziz. His bike is being picked up in the middle of the home straight. It has been cleared. They've done everything. We've got another situation. That's 23.
That's
29.
Rashidan.
And Badly Ayatollah is out.
So more crashes. Pirapong Luivimpeng is out as well. Absolute mayhem out on track at the moment. But at the front now, as we've often seen him in the last season and a half, is Adichie Fauzi. Let's take another look at what on earth is going on here. There was the riders just getting out of shape and then taking each other down. They're racing so close together. This kind of thing, there's a high risk of it all the time.
It was Badly Ayatollah who missed the exit and took out the following man. Green flags are waving, so the home straight has been cleared. In the meantime, Adichie Fauzi comes down the long hill coming down. Najul Izzat is the new race leader. Gosh, carnage in the sunshine in Motegi. As they go into the shadows, it will be Najul Izzat who has the lead. Incident between bikes 13 and 61 under investigation. 13, Akid Aziz was taken out.
Yeah, they're going to have to roll that tape a few times till they figure out exactly what happened. But at the front, a very determined looking Nazrul Izzat. Alongside him, Adichie Fauzi.
Najul Izzat just with the lead by 200ths of a second. And we're looking back down.
Oh,
Nazrul
down goes Nazrul.
And he's taken down Adichie Fauzi as well.
Oh, the 2 leaders have just gone down. Nazrul's got his foot caught under his bike. He just needs to take a breath there and extricate himself. He's done that. But scary moments in this race 2 for the Underbone 150s.
Incredible. So many incidents. What happens here? Nazrul, he just loses it.
Yeah,
Same corner that Badly lost it before.
Yeah, and as the back came round, he clipped Adichie Fauzi. So Adichie Fauzi, collateral damage, as they would say in the military.
Well, in the meantime, the second pit bike of Ahmed Afif Amran, who Daniel Bogas in the pre-race before was saying good luck, and I think good luck is exactly what a lot of these guys need out there at the moment, because the damage, the number of casualties is remarkable even by Underbone standards.
Yeah, still on board. Just saw there Ricky Ibrahim.
And Husni Zainal, of course.
And yeah, running the 127. He's inching his way forward as well. but so many of the top riders missing now.
Well, Husney on bike 143. He's, again, it's already unprecedented, 4 wins in 5. And he's looking to increase his lead. Fahmi Bassam is out, Akid Aziz is out, Aditya Fauzi is out, Najul Izabahudin is out, Gupita Kreshna is out. They are the next 5 in the championship standings. The nearest man in the championship standings is 70 points adrift of the championship leader, Husni Zainal.
Yeah, Husni took such a long look behind him just now that I think he was doing the same calculation that you just ran through, Des. Who's left? Well, luckily we started with 26 riders. Ricky Ibrahim in the lead now from Husni.
26 is down to 17, and Ricky Ibrahim rather enjoying it. He was
Ifam Ran hanging in there as well. He was luckless yesterday. Sharyl Shazras, number 61, up there too. Number 22.
Charles Shazras is the one who had the incident with Akid Aziz on the main straight that took Akid out. So, we're at the midway point. This is when it gets exciting.
We've got another 3 races after this, Des.
Gosh. Fabulous work. Also coming through there, 22, Ian J. Sobratodo in the blue with the lime green numbering, which shines in the sunshine, which is really coming through the clouds. 1 or 2 dark clouds over. I'm always conscious of how the weather is in Japan, because it can change. But there is Sharyl Shazras. He's due a good performance.
Yeah, the Honda amongst a whole load of very quick Yamahas. And again, Husni Zainal having a long look around him. Shows the poise that he's got. Ricky Ibrahim making a move here. Be good to see him breaking through. There's the number 31 of Shamil Amshar.
Ahmed Fazl Sham is still there as well. He's so let's look at the people who are left, who are really potential winners of this. Dimas Julia Matboko, perhaps. Ahmed Fazl Sham. Piraponglu Boimpeng still in there. Maybe one of the Filipinos. Maybe this is a chance for John Emerson and Gito.
Yeah, very perky on the grid was April King Moscado.
Absolutely, that'll make the headlines in the Philippines. Social media would blow up massively if there was another Filipino win. But in the meantime, Ricky Ibrahim is leading the way down the hill. It'll be 3 laps to go, and it's a much smaller pack of racers who are turning in. It's still 12. It's still scary.
In any other universe, that would be an enormous leading group. But this is ARRC Underbones, so it's a little bit different. There is April King, the number 43, coming up on the back of Ricky Ibrahim. 3 more laps to go.
Yeah, the Filipino colours are very much alive there in the blue outside of Ricky Ibrahim. Ahmed Afif Amram just behind there, and there's another Filipino in the background there, John Emerson and Gito.
So we have a potential Filipino podium lockout.
Potential. But making predictions in Underbone at the best of times is silly, and today even more so. No further action against Sharyl Shazras, so he's been exonerated for the incident that took out Akid Aziz. That doesn't help Akid, but it does help Sharyl, perhaps. Bike number 61, who's in this leading group. Group of 12. Pirapong is 25 seconds down. Ibrahim back into the front. Sobratodo, he's number 22. As they keep out in the darkness under the tunnel on the way up the hill.
You can see Amshar just looking for the Cardinals bikes. I don't see the number 11 of Fazl Sham.
No, he's in the second group. I think he's been dropped down a little bit.
Must have been problems for him at some stage. Probably caught up in one of the many. Oh,
there he is.
There he is.
There he is.
Now that is what you'd call a trudge.
A miserable weekend for Ahmed Fazl Sham. Did so well, qualified 4th on the grid, and on both races sped into the lead on lap number 1. On both races, though, he is out early. Charles Shazras for Malaysia leads the way. He has a Filipino guard on either side of him. Injay Sobratodo is there. Ricky Ibrahim is there. Also, just keeping out of problems, we've got Husni Zainal Fauzi, bike number 143.
Yeah, and fuchsia pink bike, you can see it currently in P2, belongs to Kiki Sudirman, the number 178.
Sudirman, JPNW, he's the second JPNW factory bike.
April King, I think, is going to lead him across the line this time.
Indeed he does. April King from Kiki, from Ricky Ibrahim. That is not a front three you would expect. Shamal Amsar, Injay Sobratodo, Charles Shazros in the top six. They are unfamiliar names at the top of the order. Husni Zainal, in the meantime, is just keeping out of problems. He's at the back of that group. He's probably just keep his position intact until the final lap. Go out into the countryside.
Yeah, NJ takes his turn at the pointy end of this group.
Injay Sobratodo, he's in the white helmet. Nope, that's April King in the white helmet, isn't it? Injay's in the black helmet.
Yeah, 22 NJ, 43 April King.
It is the Filipinos who lead up the hill. Expect plenty of comments on the social media coverage of these races wherever you're watching around the globe.
Yeah,
Be it streaming or broadcast. This is what Underbone is all about, with additional levels of carnage today.
and as we ease our way towards the start of the final lap, Husni Zainal is just making his way up.
D6 there, just edges out so we can see him, so we can get a good look at him. We normally know what the front of his bike looks at because it's straight down the camera lens in P1 in 4 of the 5 races so far. Right then, Ahmed Afif Amram, he's also making moves. Charles Shazras is being consistent. They come down the hill for the penultimate time. Charles goes wide, and that's a good move from Ahmed Afif Amram. You're quite right to mention Kiki Sudirman.
Yeah, this is a good opportunity for him. Really wide line there. That's what you were going to say to us, right?
Yeah, but he's whiplashed round, hasn't he?
Yeah, yeah.
And he's given himself momentum coming into the final lap. I'm wondering if that's just a rehearsal for him. Oh, that's
hand
Husni.
up from Husni.
Husni Zainal has engine problem. No, it's not.
No, so
Husni's okay.
It's good, Peter.
Oh, it's good, Peter Kreshner.
Oh, we lost our minds then.
Oh, well, Husni carries on his Houdini act.
Yeah, and yeah, it is good, Peter. Very unfortunate for him. The only other race winner so far this season, Gupita Kreshner. The rest of it has been all Husni Zainal Fauzi, the Rosaya HP 969 team.
So it's Race Tech 60. We've got a man in amongst the Filipinos, and Charles Shazras is there as well with the Uzi team. 43 on the left is April King Moscado.
NJ in the back black helmet up there as well. It's the first time they're going to come up the hill and into that flowing section.
Dimas Juliet Moko in the Race Tech lime green leads the way. There is Husni, wrongly called by both of us as having dropped out. Now instead he's just up into P3. He couldn't win another, could he? He couldn't get another double.
Well, we know that he could, but at some point these winning runs have to stop. It's John Emerson in Guito, number 25, going through. So the Filipino podium lockout still on.
Tell you what, they'll all fancy this. All 11 who are left in this leading group.
Absolutely.
Right the way down to Shamil, who's currently in P11. Now it gets interesting. It's all about jockeying for position, getting up into the right place. Charles Shazras will come over the brow of the hill. Now then, this is the moment that can decide this race. Dimas Juliet Moko is on one side. Husni Zainal has decided to go the other way, and Husni Zainal will go through in P3. Fascinating stuff as we come around the final two left-handers, and then we've got the long break for home, and it is Ricky Ibrahim who is leading the way. Ricky Ibrahim, but he's got people right on his tail, including Husni Zainal. Ricky Ibrahim desperately tries to hold on, but instead the victory goes to
Husni Zainal
Fauzi. 5 out of 6. Incredible. Just incredible.
It was impossible to take your eyes off Husni Zainal as they got into the braking area for turn 11, and you just watched him on his line, and then you watched him come out in P3 and position himself in the slipstream. Everybody, we're all asking ourselves, surely he can't do it again, and he absolutely did. Yesterday it was by 0.045, today it's by
0.046
of a second.
So it's an easier win today.
Yeah, much easier win today.
Wow, that's just phenomenal. That is phenomenal. Kept himself out of danger while everybody else was falling around. Ricky Ibrahim's pretty happy, but Husni Zainal is the man who's got it. Of course it'll be a photo finish. Of course they'll have to examine it, but 5 out of 6, Husni Zainal for Zir, LFN, HB 969, MCR, RB234. Difficult to say, but we're going to say it because he deserves every letter. What a victory that is for Husni.
He absolutely does. And you'd also think, with a lead going into this race with a lead of 45 points, that he'd perhaps not be looking for the win. Let's just take a look at this photo finish. There he is, he's got his hand up already. He knows he's got it. It's a bike length.
Behind them, Ricky Ibrahim, 6,000ths of a second clear of Ahmed Afif Amram.
Those were the really close ones, weren't they? 6,000ths. What a race, and look at the riders that we lost.
The DNF category is remarkable. The DNF, Fahmi Bassam, Akid Aziz, Najul Izzat Bahoudin, Gupita Krishna Wardana.
Ricky Ibrahim for LFN, absolutely delighted. The team's related, of course, Zaire LFN, who've got Husni on board. They've also got Gupita Krishna on board. But Ricky Ibrahim doing a fantastic job for LFN this afternoon.
Here's the confirmation. Husni Zainal Fauzi, remarkably 5 wins in 6 in the most competitive of competitions that you can imagine. He's not making it competitive. Ricky Ibrahim just edging out Ahmed Afif Amran, who just edged out Dimas Juliet Moko for Race Tech 60 on the Yamaha. Yamahas 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6. April King Moscado winging the Battle of the Philippines for UMA MMR Yamaha Philippines, just ahead of John Emerson Aguito. A very good 10 points for the 4S1M Evo Yamaha racing team. First of the Hondas, Charles Shazras, Charles Yuzi, who did well for Estremo Yuzi Asia team, probably deserved a better position than a P7 on the 9 points. Kiki Sudaman on to P8. AJ Subratodo on P9. Adib Arsiad on the Yamaha for UMA Racing Yamaha in 10. Shamal Amshar 11 for Cardinals. Pitaponglu Boimpeng, the only tie, team 1 for all in 12. Aditya Fauzi does at least get back on his bike and pick up 3 potentially important points in 13th. Afizi Supat 14th and Tenko Amrul Hafarudin for Vosges. Vosges picking up points for both of their races, so well done to the Chinese team.
Yeah, that really is good to see. 15 finishes out of 26 starters.
Out of the points, out of the races. Gupita Krishna crashed out. Ahmed Fazrul Sham had to retire. Najul Izzat Bahoudin, he went out. Masato Fernando for the Kobe Sek Yamaha racing team, he went out. Badli Ayatollah, he took out Hafiz Fazrul Rasyadin, and Akid Aziz was taken out by his fellow Malaysian Charles Shazras. Also out, Yordan Badaru, Wayuaji Chelaksana, Ahmed Darwisi and Fahmi Bassam. The defending champion will find it tough to defend his championship. He's 70 points adrift at the halfway point of the season. As fluffy clouds look over the mountains, the celebrations will be long into the night for Husni Zainal Fauzi.
There must be an element of disbelief in that. Zaire LFN HP 969 garage as well. But, wow, we're running out of things to say about Husni Zainal Fauzi. He found the rhythm, he found the slipstream, he found the timing, he got it all right in such a competitive finish.
To the centimetre.
Yeah,
Literally, to the centimetre.
It literally was, yeah. Yeah, 26 starters, 15 finishes, 11 DNFs.
What was the old one about the German football team? Teams turn up for the World Cup and Germany wins. We've got exactly the same with Underbone 150. Husni Zainal Fauzi with the Indonesian flag. Really, really there.
This will be worth having another look at.
Remarkable race highlights to show you from the Underbone 150cc. Race number 2 at Motegi. Midway point of the season. It all starts fairly innocently. Najul Izzat Bahudin and Ahmed Fazrul Sham getting off to a solid start for Malaysia. Very unaware of the mayhem that was to follow.
Yeah, we were able to have some really good backward shots from Nazrul for most of the race, but look at how tight this was, and there's the first of many
Fahmi Bassam.
incidents. Yeah, taking out the defending champion Fahmi Bassam.
He's the first one to go, and that was the first indication that this was not going to be an ordinary race. Nazrul Izzat is happily leading the way as they come up the hill, looks back over the shoulder, and behind them there's a couple more.
They included Wayuaji and Dawisi, friendly coming together there in the gravel trap. No one to blame.
And then just a little bit more. Nazrul Izzat still in the lead. We're on board with Nazrul Izzat. He's leading the way. He's looking quite comfortable. And also with him is 171. But is that Akid Aziz?
Yeah, that was Akid Aziz going down. That was the scariest of those crashes because he remained on the circuit. There were still bikes behind him.
And Badli Ayatollah went out. There were two that went out at the same time on then. And then this is the Nazrul Izzat moment, I think. He just leans in a little bit hard. I'm sure we're going to get Nazrul Izzat's problem in a moment, because it wasn't only him he took out Aditya Fauzi as well.
Yeah,
That's
here it
the
is.
moment.
Yeah, Nazrul loses the front. Nowhere for Aditya Fauzi to go, unfortunately for him.
Ricky Ibrahim then took up the strain alongside a trio of Filipinos as Ahmed Fazrul Sham took an unwanted spectator's look at events. Ricky Ibrahim and Ahmed Afif Amram was there, so Ahmed Afif Amram for pit spike as another problem, engine problem for Kavita Kreshna. And then just on the right-hand side of your screen is the man who eventually comes through to win. Husni Fauzi comes into P3, looks possible, but not likely that he'll get a victory from here. Barry Russell?
Yeah, I was thinking, maybe not this time, but then you realised what was going on. You realised that he had the toe from Ricky Ibrahim, and he just came through, popped out, and he lifted his hand several metres before he crossed the line. He knew he'd got it, and that was such a tight finish. 0.06 of a second between Ricky and Afif. What a race.
Fantastic. Underbone never fails to deliver. Remarkable. Ahmed Afif Amram, a good P3 for Ahmed Afif Amram, a good reward for pit spike. A handshake of congratulations as well from the man in P2. Husni Zainal, Ricky Ibrahim is thrilled to bits, he really is, but there is your winner, Husni Zainal Fauzi. And the team award once again will go to the Zia LFN 9619 team. And once again, we're going to hear the Indonesian national anthem, Indonesia Raya.
Please rise for the national anthem of Indonesia.
それでは優勝ライダーインドネシアの国歌をお聴きください。
Husni, tears of joy. And Ricky Ibrahim, absolutely full of joy as well in P2. This is Ms. Gong Hong Guo, the FIM Asia Vice President, handing out the awards to Ahmed Afif Amran. There's one for the Indonesia press and the Indonesia social media. That will be exploding around about now, that social media photo.
And your race winner
As Hongo hands out to Ricky Ibrahim.
Yeah, great to see him on the podium. And good to see Afif Amran on the podium after all the good work he's done this weekend. That familiar grin there from Husni Zainal Fauzi.
Sports Department and Sports Promotion Division of the Motorcycle Federation of Japan, MJ.
The team presentation. Akira Goto, the Sports Department, Sports Promotion Division of the Motorcycling Federation of Japan. Looking fit and chipper. Real supporter of the Asia Road Racing Championship, and the team award goes to Zia Eleven, HB969 MCR RBT 34 team. I do wish they'd make it a little bit easier to say, but they deserve every syllable.
They certainly do. Absolutely phenomenal.
Ahmed Afif Amran, a good P3 for him. An excellent P2 for Ricky Ibrahim for Yamaha LFN team. And a quite phenomenal, remarkable, incredible, pick your adjective, #1 for Husni Zainal Fauzi. 5 wins out of 6.
I called him a magician yesterday. I'm not sure where you go from magician. Wizard? I'm not sure. But
Bowman.
Yeah.
Here's the overall championship standings. Husni Zainal, his lead is 77 points ahead of Fahmi Bassam. Akid Aziz remains in 3rd place on 55. Aditya Fauzi picked up 3 points today to be level with Ahmed Afif Amran in joint 4th. The Malaysian is himself 7 points clear of Dimas Juli Apmoko for Race Tech 60. Nazrul Izzat, the 2023 champion. Not the great weekend for Nazrul Izzat. No points accumulated. He's on 44. Gupita Kreshna, another tough time at Motegi. He's on 43. Okay, I think we can get some reaction from the emotional and remarkable race winner, talking to our very intrepid reporter, Daniel Bogus.
I can't believe it. I don't think anyone can believe it. 5 wins out of 6. You have been dominant. You are unbelievable. And it's as you always tell me, rhythm and last lap. Tell us about this race.
Ya, terutama Alpi, puji syukur kepada Allah Subhanahu wa taala dan kepada tim, mekanik, chip mekanik semua, kru, my big boss, istriku tercinta yang sudah mendoakan, mama, semua keluarga yang saya di Indonesia. Alhamdulillah, terima kasih banyak yang telah mendoakan di seri ini. Jalannya race tadi, di race 2 Alpi mencoba tetap fokus dan tenang. Kuncinya Alpi tetap bermain strategi seperti biasa, tenang, dan di last lap Alpi mencoba push, dan ya alhamdulillah ada rezeki lagi di race 2 kali ini. Terima kasih banyak. Mohon doanya buat di seri-seri selanjutnya.
So what he's saying that, first of all, he said praise to above and a big thanks to the team, the mechanics, the boss, his wife, his family back in Indonesia as well for praying for him for this race. And as usual, he played the same tactic. The key for it was to stay calm and focus on the last lap. And he managed to pull it all together. And he's hoping that everyone will pray for him for the next rounds coming up ahead. Big congratulations to you. What a fantastic couple of races this has been.
Thank you very much, Daniel. Yes, and a very emotional winner, Husni Zainal. A massive lead to take into the second half of the season, but a lot can happen between now and December. Coming up next, though, in just a couple of minutes' time, we continue our coverage as we move to the Asia Production 250cc, and this is mighty competitive as well at the very top. We're at the Mobility Resort Motegi, Japan for the FIM Asia Road Racing Championships. The AP250 follows this very short break.
Astra Honda Spadilla RB has shown the way in the FIM Asia Road Racing Championship in the AP 250 category. 3 wins in the first 3 races of the season, but new names are emerging. Izam Iqmal, the privateer from Victor Racing, and Thailand's Kritapat Kumkum, to name just 2. RB may have a 25-point lead, but this season is bubbling up nicely.
This season is indeed bubbling up nicely. Fans enjoying the sunshine, enjoying the excellent facility at the Mobility Resort Motegi. We are in round 3, the midway point of the Asia Road Racing Championship season. Brought to you with FIM, and some incredible racing we've had so far. I'm still trying to get over the 150cc race that we've just had, and Husni Zainal picking it off right at the very, very end. And this AP 250 looks like it's going to be pretty impressive as well. It's almost under-bonish around this circuit.
Yeah, we had an absolute humdinger of a race yesterday in the 250s, and I'm sure we're in for another one today. It was just nip and tuck and right until the end. And let's go to Daniel, who is down on the grid.
It is properly warm for the AP 250 class. It looks a bit like we have scattered clouds, but honestly, it doesn't look like we have any threat of rain. It's going to be hot action on track non-stop. So now let's have a chat with one of the local riders, a full season rider for the AP 250 class, Rich Takahira. So let's have a quick word with Rich. Rich, so it seems a lot of people are sliding out, crashing. Is the suspension setup a bit of a difficult one, this one?
Yeah, so difficult suspension setting, and I crashed big damage bike. So yeah, yesterday is better than race. Yeah, bike is okay. Yeah, I pushed this race.
Thank you so much, Rich. Good luck. So now we're going to make our way down to row 3, and we're going to have a chat with the race winner from yesterday, the rider on the privateer team, Victor Racing, Izam Iqmal, who's finding his form once again, and he is looking beautiful on this R3. Izam, yesterday you took this bike from here all the way to the front for P1, but it was a brave move from Ryota Ogiwara on that last corner. Yeah. Can you tell us, are you going to change the tactic for this race, or are you going to do the same?
For sure, I will change the strategy, because this race 2, everybody learned from race 1 yesterday. So maybe I will keep the pace in top 5, and we will see the situation is what in second lap last, and I hope I can win back-to-back again.
Thank you so much, Izam. Good luck for this one. Now let's head down another row, and we're going to speak with a rider who we expected to be higher up the order for Nadiansha, but this week for NWN SK hasn't really clicked together. So let's have a quick word with Irfan. So we're going to interrupt real quick. Irfan, we expected SK NWN to be somewhere closer to there, but it's not been so easy this week. Can you tell us what has been the struggle?
Yeah, during the weekend I struggle a lot to find a good setup, and yesterday unfortunately I cannot finish. Yeah, it's not good result, but today I will try the best to be on the top. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good luck with this one. Back to you, Desenberry.
Thanks very much, Daniel. Yes, down on the grid, does look a little bit warm. The story of yesterday, though, was the pole was being held by Murabil Vitoni, and he would help himself to a P3 in the race himself, and he looked to be pretty good. But yesterday's race was all about the wild cards, was all about Ogiwara and Izam Iqmal to add a little bit of depth to this competition, Barry Russell.
Yeah, it was, but credit to Murabil for his performance. He was at the front all the way through. This is his debut season in this incredibly competitive class.
This is the Samoa Racing Ryota Ogiwara. He's a wild card, sorry, Ryota Yoko, my apologies. He was on the front row, but he crashed out a little bit, unfortunately, yesterday. And alongside him is Ogiwara from Samoa Racing Team.
Yeah, 2 wild cards on the front row.
Ogiwara picked himself up a P2 yesterday. Brilliant ride it was. but there was an awful lot of sliding off. I think Daniel asked a great question about the suspension and the setup, because it is such an undulating course, which is very unusual for an awful lot of the ARRC competitors.
Yeah, and it's getting that balance between the straight line stability that you need, especially under braking, and the flexibility that you need through sector 2 and 3. It's a really difficult circuit to set up correctly for. There is championship leader Fadila Arvi.
He won the first 3 races of the season. Since then, yes, he's been competitive, but he has been shown that he can be beaten. But he has a championship lead of 25 points, but it won't take an awful lot for it to be a problem. The likes of Kritipak Yankam, who you know quite a lot about on the Yamaha, who's got 1 race win and a P4 this weekend. He's a genuine threat as well, Barry.
Yeah, he is. And we were just looking at him there on the grid. He's due a win. Here is Galang Hendra Pratamar. Had brake problems yesterday during the race, so we didn't see the result that we would normally expect from him. So he's optimistic about today when I spoke to him earlier.
Daniel Sharmi for Uma Racing Yamaha is in where's Daniel? He's in P10, so he's on the 3rd row of the grid. We'll go through all of the grid for you once the formation lap is up and running. But it is a big field. It's 31 strong, this field, with the wild cards, which means that there's pressure consistently on the racers. Here's Ezem Ekmel. We had an interview with him, the Victor Racing guy. He's had a 3-2-1 in his last 3 races.
Yeah, that's a formidable trajectory. And this rider was exciting yesterday. He crashed out in the end, Fadil Masiavi, but he showed us his speed and potential.
Yeah, the Yamaha Racing rider. He and Murabul Vitoni, 157 and 571. Got us confused more than once. It says I'm number dyslexic, nothing more than that.
Yeah, but Murabul Vitoni, brilliant young Indonesian, goes from pole position, P3 yesterday.
The championship leader is Arbi, and he is on P6. He's on the 2nd row of the grid. Second is Izam Mikmal, who'll be starting from P9. But names to watch out for: Murabul Vitoni on pole, Irfan Ardiantia, who we heard, even Galang Hendra, he hasn't been out of the top 6 except yesterday when he had those issues. Chanda Hermon from way down. What a run he gave us yesterday. Formation lap is on. So it gives us a chance to run you through the riders on the grid. As we await them coming into the tunnel, Murabul Vitoni is on P1 alongside Ryuji Yoko, a wildcard for Team Tech 2 and YSS team, and Yoto Agiwara from Sanwa Racing Team, 2 Japanese who know this circuit well.
2 Japanese lead Road 2. The regular rider reached Takahira for TY Antares. Sanwa Racing's Hikari Okubo goes from 5th, and championship leader RV goes from 6th for Astra Honda.
The highly rated Thai Kritipak Yankam for Yamaha Thai Racing Team is in P7 alongside Galang Hendra for Yamaha BAF Yamalube on P8, and Izam Iqbal for Victor Racing Team. He's starting in P9 on Road 3.
And starting 10th, Daniel Shami Sharel for Uma Racing, and next to him, the rider we just mentioned, Fadil Masyavi, hoping for good things today. Replacement rider Rintaro Takamoto for Uma Racing Aquino Speed goes from P12.
Row 5, Irfan Ardiansa. We've been waiting for a performance from Irfan. He has had 1 podium so far. He's due a win. Irfan Haikal for Maestro SCK Honda. Alongside him, his teammate, the Indonesian-Malaysian team pairing. Kotaro Togashi for SDG Hark Pro is coming into row 5 alongside those 2.
The quickest Kawasaki starts from P16 in the hands of Aiki Iyoshi. Next to him, Gao Zhang for Team One for All on the Yamaha, and Aldiaz Ixal Ismail, the number 69, goes from P18.
Another Kawasaki, Andy Muhammad Fadli, had a tough time this season, failed to pick up any points. The highly rated Indonesian Davino Britani for Astra Honda Racing in P20. We'll see this a learning curve. Singapore's Team ACR Jazil Jaraimi is on row 7 in P21.
way down out of position is Chao Vietnam for Honda Racing Vietnam. He starts 22nd. Next to him, the ever-improving Faris Putra Fadil and Kevin Kinsel for Idemitsu Honda Racing India outside of him.
On to row 9, Zhang Shun Cheng for TY Antares team in P25. Ton Ampu, the first of the Vietnamese, in P26 for Estremo Uzi Honda. And Honda Racing Vietnam represented by young Hu Tri in P27.
India's Johan Reeves Emmanuel goes from P28 on row 10. Next to him, Chandra Hermawan, who gave us a lot of excitement yesterday, goes 29th, and outside of him, Long Nan Zi.
Yeah, keep an eye on Chandra Hermawan. Yu Guang Yan from Team One for All completes the lineup. Gosh, 31 races. Took us the whole formation lap to get through them.
Well, we still haven't recovered from the excitement of the underbone race, and we're going to rinse and repeat now. This is going to be an absolute cracker.
Fadila Arbi flexing his muscles. He's in position. He's looking to increase his lead at the top on the extreme left of your screen. 10 laps of the circuit. We are go. Right start over on the far side by the pole sitter, Murabil Vitoni. In fact, bike 157 got away quickly yesterday. He's got away very nicely today. Looking behind him, everybody seems to be safely round turn number 1, which is an achievement in itself today.
It is indeed, and a brilliant start from Murabil, way out in front of the madness behind him.
Agiwara has gone along with him, as has reached Takahiro, bike number 44.
Key for the bike 44. He's had a couple of 4th places and a 5th yesterday. He needs to get onto the podium. He needs to prove his race pace. He started brightly yesterday. Let's see if he can maintain it.
Agiwara left it late to make his move yesterday. Looked like he was making an early move then, but has been caught by 157 Murabil Vitoni for the Yamaha LFN HP 9619. And also joining the fray and having a little bit of fun from was Ryuji Yoko.
Yeah, and more of the suspects there, including Izam Iqbal, including Kritipat Kenkun.
Takahira, we saw on the ARC circuit last season. Now he's riding for the privateers and having a decent season, bike 44. Just taken once again by Murabil Vitoni, who stepped up from 150cc's up to 250s. He's made as you can see, a very successful step up. Now this is the very, very tricky part. What line you take coming into this big right-hander at the bottom of the long hill.
Yeah, Ogiwara fancies the wide line.
This is such a unique part of the circuit that I think the Japanese racers just have an inherent advantage because they've been here before, or most of them have been here before, know what to expect.
Exactly, it's a wide track, so plenty of lines can work. Ogiwara, P2 yesterday, leads the way.
Through the first lap, Takahira from Ogiwara from Murabil Vitoni. Yoko ahead of Kritipat. Fadila Arbis happily stuck in there in P6. He's got a lead, 25-point team in the 25-point lead in the championship. Izam Iqbal in P2. Izam Iqbal currently in P9 in the race.
Galang up there, as we would expect.
Chandra has got himself up into P15 already, bike number 88. Have a look at him. He started in P29, had a nightmare qualification.
Yeah, but Yamaha Racing Indonesia certainly pick them, don't they?
Nice angle into the corner from Takahira. 39 alongside him is Kritipat.
Kritipat fancies a look at the clear air in front.
Not allowed to by Yuji Yoko. And then Takahira is forced back into P3, and we have underbone style multiple changes of the lead. For the first time, it's Kritipat who's moved into the lead, and I look up the timing screen and he's out the lead. That's what underbone is all about. The new race leader is Ryuji Yoko.
Yeah, so Yoko, DNF yesterday, but looking a lot stronger as promised by the locals, who really do fancy him. Ogiwara, who's proved himself with a P2 last year and a P2 yesterday in race 1.
I'm not going to call it serene, but it's far more organised and orderly than the race that we had yesterday and the earlier races that we've had today. Not going to speak too soon.
No, there's a way to go. 8 more laps after they complete this one. Ritterpat having a look at the front. He'll have been disappointed not to have got himself onto the podium yesterday.
5:71, Fadil Mujyavi joins in the fray as well. The Yamaha seems to have got it just about right. Ritterpat leads the way for Yamaha Tyre Racing. Yoko is in P2 for Team Tech. He's also on the Yamaha, the YZF. And they're both looking pretty comfortable, as though they've used practice, they've used qualification, they used yesterday to learn as many lessons as they possibly can. Yes. Many lessons have been learned and being put into action today.
It's a tight race, but it hasn't gone frantic yet. But what a sight that is. 31 starters, and you can see about half of them in one screen.
RB makes his first move. Bike 93, the championship leader, won the first 3 races of the season. Back-to-back in Buriram, and the first race in Sepang. 8th and 6th since then. As he just edges his way into P2 ahead of Ogiwara. He's got a rev cut as Arby.
Arby was fairly sanguine about that rev cut. He paid a compliment to his team, Astra Honda, for the technical work they've done, which basically would have involved altering the engine mapping to compensate as much as they can for that loss of top end. Rich Takahira currently in 5th. We'll keep an eye on him to see if he can maintain forward-facing position.
Once again, they come down the hill. Slightly different line by Murable Vitoni. Maybe just looking for a little bit of acceleration, different angle to take into this long right-hand corner, which is still downhill. And then you've got to worry about your shape over this double left-hander. You can see the tyre marks are really showing the way, but it is RB, I think, will have the lead.
Yeah, that's a little experiment from RB. He had a tight exit to turn 13 and a really fast exit from turn 14.
He'll also be aware that it's a long way from turning into the corner to the finish line, which is at the end of the straight. And we saw in the 150cc, if you have slipstream, you can get a drag and pull out and get slingshot towards victory.
Yeah, we saw it yesterday too in the 250s from Isam Iqmal, who brilliantly judged that win for Victor Racing.
Talking of Isam Iqmal, he's got himself up into P7, bike 124, just peeking at the back, and Galang Hendra has followed Isam. It's Fadila Arbi who's still leading the way. Ogiwara gets a little bit close onto his shoulder of Rich Takahira.
It's a big group at the front, but at the front of the front right now is RV and Ritterpat, Ogiwara, Rich Takahira, and the rider who started from pole, Murable Vitoni.
I tell you, less than a second separate P1 from 8, less than 1.7 seconds one from 11, less than 2.5 seconds one from 14. This is going to be rather frantic once we get to the tail end.
Yeah, last time around, RV set the fastest lap of the race so far.
Again, coming down the hill into the sunshine.
Oh, and down goes the SDG.
It's Togashi, Kotaro Togashi.
So he was replacing Jacob Sablaya, doing a pretty decent job this weekend, but that job is over now as Ritterpat challenges RB, who was his nemesis in Buriram.
Pushed right out onto the sidelines, and Once again, the man who comes into the straight second is the man who leads going over the start-finish line. There is a lesson to be learned there.
Yeah, that's why I've just mentally noted the tight exit to 13 and the wide sweep through 14 as perhaps what Arvi's got in his mind for his final time through the last corner. If he's in, say, second or third place, is it Mick staying comfortable in the middle of that leading group?
Well, he said beforehand he just wants to see where things are with a couple of laps to go, stay with the leading group, and then with a couple of laps to go, just see what advantage he can take to see if he can pick up another victory. He's one of 3 winners we've had in 5 races so far this season. Kritipat Izam, and 3-4 for Dila Arbi.
I mentioned Daniel Shami so far, but for Uma Racing, he's doing a pretty good job of staying with that group, currently just behind yesterday's race winner.
We've not mentioned the Kawasaki's either. They've struggled here at
we can't
Motegi,
see
haven't
them.
they?
Yeah.
Yeah. Only the lime green. Let's see if they come into shot. Yeah, just coming into shot way down. I think the first of the Kawasaki's was Aiki Yoshi down in P17. Oh, a problem, and that's Yoko. Yoko pulls out, and it looked like a mechanical problem for the Japanese wildcard. And that just opens a slight little opportunity for the front two, of whom Arbi, Fadila Arbi, Aditama takes the lead.
Yeah, unfortunate for Yoko. Looks like he's not going to finish either race this weekend. Arbi trying to get away. I don't think he's going to make it. There's just too much quality behind him.
Izam onto the strips, but happily following behind, and once again, well, this time the race leader, Kritipat, was able to hold on to the lead going down the straight. Nice competitive AP 250. 5 laps completed, midway point.
Yeah, Ogiwara again threatening to take points away from the regular riders. Reach Takahira, maintaining a good pace, but out goes, is that Gao Jiang?
Jiang, it is indeed. He was tailing, was down in P18, 7 seconds down. That's his race done though. Into the gravel at Motegi. It's a slight mistake. Saw a hand go up there, but maybe it was just a hand of apology, because nobody's slowed down at this stage. In the meantime, it's still the same 4 or 5 at the front. Murabel Vitoni, bike 157, just tracking those first 5. As the second of the Samoa guys come through. Is that Okobu? Hikari Okobu it is.
Okobu indeed, yeah. Slightly overshadowed by Ogiwara, his teammate yesterday, but both riders put on a fantastic show as wildcards.
39, Kritipat still leads the way. No, he doesn't. Arbi then still leads the way.
Sentence was just too long, Des. Kubo and Reach right alongside each other. Is a Mick just behind them. Vitoni staying in touch all the way through, and quietly so has Galang Hendra on the number 56 Yamaha.
Quite right. And Fadil Mushavi as well. Where's Chandra? Chandra's got into this little group as well. He's quietly worked his way up into a top 10 position. Like number 88. Victor Racing looking on, looking for what would be a remarkable back-to-back wins. Arbi it is who led. And there is Izam Iqmal. He was a real star when he was a kid, Izam. As number 14 Honda.
Yeah, that's Joan Reeves. Oh, sorry, Calvin Kinsale, his teammate, number 14 in the gravel. His race is done. And yeah, there is the number 88 coming through in that group, the remarkable Chandra Hermawan.
Starting P29 and putting yourself in a position for a podium, or potentially even better. Finished 8th yesterday from 29th. He is still leading the way though, as he has been, which suggests either he's in control, well in control of the situation, or everybody's just waiting to gang up on him.
He's a very, very intelligent rider. Reached Takahira. That was a nice clean move by him on the flowing part of the circuit. Cleanly through into P2.
We're getting reactions from the pit lane. They are interested at the moment, concerned, worried, hopeful.
Yeah, Victor Racing and Astra Honda look on, and no doubt Yamaha Thailand Racing Team looking on too, as their man moves into second. Just keeping an eye on RB at the front. They don't want him to get away. And still 3 laps after this one to go. RB still experimenting, I think, to see whether he can make a break. Doesn't look likely, but if he can't, then you can expect to see him just drop back a little bit. There was an error that forced him to drop back.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow, that's the kind of problem that can come your way. Hirikari Okubu, Harikari, as he went down that long hill, but he's got away with it. It's Samoa 1 and Samoa 2.
Yeah, here's one for the social media. Take that screenshot now. Marvel Vitoni puts himself back up into podium contention.
Well, Arby is being pushed right back. I mean, they were forced out, they were forced wide, both Arby and Kritipat.
Yeah, that's a rare error. He doesn't normally put himself in that much harm's way. Arby, he's got time to make his way back up, but he's given himself a bit more work to do. Meanwhile, the pace of Reach Takahira for Antares Racing, TY Antares Racing Team, looking much stronger today than it did yesterday. We know his speed. Oh, Kritipat, he does enjoy leading. Cool head on the shoulders of the young Thai rider, following the footsteps of such great Thai riders as double Supersport champion Desha Kreisart, Anupab Samoon, Apivat Montananon. Long list of luminaries. Oh, and there's contact there.
Samoa getting away, had to apply some brakes very, very quickly. Reach Takahara tries to take advantage, and Kritipat is there as well. This is bubbling up nicely. The championship is nicely bubbling. This race is just beginning to get super interesting.
Yeah, it's simmering now, isn't it? Look at that. That's Samoa machine coming up.
Once again, it's
tips
Okubu.
in. He's looking for the line, and just gets basically battered out of the way.
Okubu is alongside Chandra, bike number 88. There is a story. Galanghendra's another story as well. For a couple of seasons I've been looking at Galanghendra to really make that move. Once they come under the tunnel, left, right, long sprint to the line. It'll be 2 laps to go.
Yeah, Galang looked good in warm-up. And you'd expect a rider of his experience, his caliber, to be threatening for a win. Something just flew off one of the bikes then. I don't know what that was. I didn't see any clashes.
No, didn't seem to interfere with anybody. But it can't be good if things are dropping off. And there's the Samoa pairing. Okubu, who's given us plenty of scary moments, dives into challenges, dives into incidents. Okubu. Once again, he goes around the outside. This time, I think it's his teammate who's just forced to stand up a little bit quickly. Yeah. And Isam Iqbal, bike 124, trying to get in on the act alongside Chandra, but the 2 Samoa bikes ahead of him at the very front. Kritipat has got himself back in the front, but where is Arby?
He's way back in that group. He just had another little elbowing match with, I think that was with Musyavi that time around.
Yeah, he's not recovered, Arby Fadila. That's the championship leader, Arby. Bike number 93.
Yeah, this is good work. You can see Reach Takahira improving at this level. 2 P4s and P5s so far this season. Murabul Vitoni, series rookie, class rookie, looking really good, going from pole, picking up P3 yesterday.
Critipat, Takahira, Vitoni, as you mentioned.
Yeah, it's a very handy P3 he's in at this point in the race. Galang Hendra, a few bike lengths back.
They are. These three are just beginning to edge away.
Takahira, he's got some lines through this final section, Des.
Once again, Critipat has the lead. Worried for Fadila Arbi. Not worried for the championship. It will help the championship if Fadila Arbi doesn't get a big win today. But for him, it would not be what he ordered. It's Critipat who comes through. We're on the final lap. And there is Arbi at the back of that group.
And we've got the two potential spoilers from Sanwa Racing, Akubo and Ogiwara.
This could be a turning point in the championship. Nizam Iqbal not there either, but Critipat, he can make a big statement here if he can hold on up at the front. Murabul Vitoni also is just a point behind Critipat in the championship standings. So both these riders, the Thai and the Indonesian, will be hoping that the Japanese Rich Takahira doesn't spoil their opportunity to pick up some big points.
Ogiwara trying to get on the back of these and make a late attack as they go through the tunnel for the first time and into turn 6.
Right.
Critipat at the front from Murabul, from Takahira. And then it's Ogiwara and Chandra Hermawan coming through in 5th.
Absolutely. Ogiwara picked up a P2 yesterday and he did his work late. But Chandra, once again, fabulous work. Critipat, he spent much of this race at or near the front. Is he going to be able to hold on? He's got to go up the hill, then he's got to negotiate the long downward hill, and then the final section. Bike number 39 leads 157, Murabul Vitoni. This is where it's won or lost. They'll come over the brow of the hill, and the lead is Critipat.
Critipat didn't get the best line out of that corner. He was a little bit out of shape, and now Murabul comes inside him.
Chandra takes a really tight line. Critipat did well.
Takahira had to back off then.
It's coming into the final corner. It is still Critipat holding on, but Murabul Vitoni, he's going to get a drag, and so is Chandra. But Critipat might be able to hold on. He might have just enough. Critipat dodges and weaves to the checkered flag and takes a brilliant P1. Murabul Vitoni P2. Rich Takahira is pushed down to P5 by Chandra Henrowan, who finishes in P3.
That was an important performance, a landmark performance by Critipat. He's so highly rated in Thailand. He is, as we were saying earlier, one of the much fancied greats to come through from this long line of Yamaha riders that have come off the talent system of Yamaha Thailand Racing Team. And there he is, the winner. And Murabul Vitoni, you could see he was absolutely delighted with that P2. P3 yesterday, brilliant stuff from him. And of course we look to Fadila, who was 5th yesterday, he was 6th today. So the championship gets a little more interesting.
Certainly does. Second win in the last 3 races for Critipat. A 3rd podium of the season. That is the form of champions. Chandra Herman, though, started in P29. Barry Russell has got himself a podium.
Yeah, let's take another look at that finish. Clear through there. Nothing really requiring a photo finish there. Rich Takahira, another 5th place for him. He just got the wrong line on the approach to turn 11.
Confirmation of the results. Critipat Kenkum on the Yamaha for Yamaha Thailand Racing wins by 1/10 of a second from Murabul Vitoni, and he did it really well. He led for long chunks of this race. Murabul Vitoni for Yamaha. 1/10 down. Chandra Herwoman, 2/10 down for Yamaha Racing Indonesia. A brilliant performance for him. The first of the Hondas, Ryota Ogiwara, good weekend for him. Wild card picks a P2 and a P4 for Sanwa Racing Team. Reach Takahiro for TY Antares, half a second down in P5. Arbi in 6, Hendra in 7, Okubu in 8, Aldiaz 9, Izam Ikmal has to be content with 6 points for Victor Racing in 10, Takamoto 11, Daniel Sharmi 12, Fadil Musyavi, an interesting weekend for Bikes 571 for Yamaha Racing Indonesia. Yoko made a mistake that cost the number 2 qualifier down to number 14. Chao Vietnam at least gets something, a point, out of a desperately disappointing weekend. Out of the points, Irfan Heikel on the SCK Honda. David Brittani, the youngster for Astra Honda. Eyoshi for the Kawasaki's, another tough weekend for the Kawasaki's. Sun Cheng, 18 seconds down, just beats Hu Tri, who just beats Ton Anpu. Faris Putra Fadil for Cardinals picks up experience. Tough weekend for Irfan Fardiansa down in 23rd. Adi Mohammed Fadli on the Kawasaki in 24th. John Reeves Emmanuel, Kotaro Tagashi, well, we saw him crash out, but he got up and continued to finish a minute down. Guang Guan, 131 down. No finish for Singapore's Jazil Jiraimi, for Gao Jiang, or for Kevin Kintal from Idemitsu Honda Racing Indonesia.
Very interesting for the championship.
Absolutely. In terms of the championship, well, it reduces the gap to just 20 points. It's still a decent day at the office for Fadila. He's picked up 10 points, a 20-point weekend, but it's a 38-point weekend for Kritipak Yankum.
Yeah, we go to Arby's home track next at Mandalika.
AP 250cc race number 2 of the weekend, race 6 out of 12 for the season. We're at Motegi in Japan. On pole position was Murabil Bitoni, and he got away to a flying start, bike 157, and he will be there or thereabouts for much of the race, bike 157. In fact, Yamaha having a great old time. Lots of teams getting involved here. The Sanwa team with 97, Ryota Ogiwara would come in P4. A good performance from Reach Takahiro for TY Antares as well. It was a procession for a long time, Barry Russell, but one that always promised changes and opportunity, and nobody really knew how the win was going to go.
Yeah, it was a procession with about 1 second from P1 to P10 for much of that. And you saw the aggressive Hikari Okubo making a move there. This was a good race from Reach Takahiro. He didn't end up on the podium, but this was a good race-long performance. He showed that he had the pace, eventually finishing just half a second off the winner. But Kritipak, after a slowish start, got himself up towards the front. SDG's Kotaro Takashi, number 50, went out. Yoko, number 62, was in the mix here.
But he would also go out as well. The story become Arbi. Bike number 93, Gao Jiang, another casualty for Team One for All. And bike 93 at this stage looked like he might be able to increase his lead at the top of the championships. Won the first 3 races of the season, did Fadila Arbi Aditama. But there would be a mistake, or just be forced out with around away the midway point of the race. And neither he nor Izam, yesterday's race winner, could really make a dent in the proceedings up at the top.
Yeah, we'll probably see that in a moment, but it's rare for RV to be on the wrong end of a mistake. Often he forces other people to make errors, but he was back now by this time on the final lap.
In P8, he did well to finish in P6 at the back there. This is where the race was really won. Kritipak got a lovely angle, was able to dominate, and able, crucially, to avoid being followed, to avoid giving Murabil Bitoni any opportunity to slipstream him. Chandra, bike number 88, comes in for a remarkable P3, but then as he dodges and weaves his way towards the finish line, your victor for the second time in 3 is Kritipak Yankum from Yamaha Thailand Racing.
Yeah, good for the championship, as no doubt we'll see soon, but that was Brilliant win for Krittipat.
Chandra, well,
from Yamaha LFM
wow,
HP
he wouldn't have banked on that, would he?
Indonesia
That's a
racing team,
remarkable weekend. 8 points
Bitoni.
yesterday, 16 points today from key number 29 on the grid. Murabul Bitoni, that'll move him into the top 3 in the championship standings. It's back-to-back podium here. But your winner, Krittipat, with his 3rd podium and his 2nd race win, puts him right on the heels of Fadila Arbi for the championship. It's Yamaha Thailand who get the team award, and the reward for the national anthem from Thailand goes to Krittipat Yangkom. Proud moment. Yeah, he enjoyed that.
And very fitting that it's the great Desha Kreisart climbing onto the podium with him to represent Yamaha Thailand.
Yeah, he wasn't a bad racer, was he?
Not bad at all.
Presentation to be handed out by Mr. Norihito Yanagizono, the General Manager of Sumitomo Rubber Industries Limited. Once again, big shout out to the sponsors who are so supportive. To Dunlop, to Indian Oil, to KYT. Second prize to Murabul Bitoni.
From Thailand, Krittipat Kongkom.
The Japanese hands over the prize, the top prize, to the Thai.
Now to present the team award, we would like to invite Mr. Isa Al-Awadi, FIM Asia
Next presentation for the team award will be handed out by Isa Al-Awadi, FIM Asia Vice President. Again, FIM, their support so important to the Asia Road Racing Championships.
Yamaha Thailand Racing Team.
Yamaha Thailand Racing Team. And I don't think this will be the last time that Desha Kreisart gets his hands on a trophy.
Absolutely right.
To take a photo with our race winners.
Proud moment.
Ladies and gentlemen, give another big round of applause for the AP 250 Race 2 winners.
Chandra, great performance. Murabul, excellent. Krittipat, convincing.
Thank you to Mr. Norihito Yanagizono and Mr. Isa Alawadi for presenting the award.
Moving on to the championship standings, Fadila Arbi Aditama for Astra Honda Racing will continue to hold on to the lead. He's got 104 points. Krittipat on 83 points is 21 down. Murabul Bitoni 27 down for Yamaha LFN HP 969. Izam Iqmal, good weekend for him. He picked up the victory yesterday, of course. Victor Racing Team on 74 points. Galang Hendra, always in the points is Galang Hendra. 56 for him. Chandra Hermawan, Yamaha Racing Indonesia on 54. Fernardiense, a pointless weekend for him. He'll be hoping to get back onto something like a decent form at Mandalika. He's on 50. And Reach Takahira for TY Antares, the privateer racing team. He moves on to 47 points. Okay, I think we can get some race reaction. Daniel Bogas is down at the presentation area, and I think he'll be talking to the race winner.
Krittipat, it was not an easy weekend at all. Everyone was fighting hard. The wildcards were quick as well. But in race 2, we saw that tactic was coming, and you played that last lap line just beautifully. Tell us, how difficult was this race weekend?
Yeah, I want to say thank you to Yamaha Thailand Racing Team and every people in my team for make the bike is good for the race 2. Yeah, for the race 2, it's difficult to race. Some people need to pass me, and then I say to myself, I don't give up. Just go, just go, just go. And then for today, I win in the race too. And thank you for the Thai fan and then my family. พ่อแม่วันนี้ผมทำได้แล้วครับ
Thank you so much, Kritipat. Congratulations.
Yes, congratulations, Kritipat. Thank you to Daniel. You can see the riders are just about coming out for the next race, which is the Super Sport 600cc. The entertainment comes thick and fast from Motegi. It's always this way at the FIM Asia Road Racing Championships. Don't go too far away. We'll be back with you in 2 minutes' time for race 6 of the season of the Super Sport 600cc. You are watching the Asia Road Racing Championships from Motegi in Japan.
Thailand's Anupap Sarmoon leads in the Super Sports 600 category of the FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. But Adinata Putra from Indonesia has 2 wins this season. And Malaysia's challenge is led by the Dragon Boy Kasma Daniel on the Yamaha. And the Honda of Helmi Yasman, both with the win apiece. This is a gladiatorial season. Are you not entertained?
Very much entertained, yes, the Supersport 600cc, 22 points separating P1 from P4. And you can add the likes of Wayuna Groho and Caroline Dumpawi and even McKinley Carl Paz as potential race winners. Barry Russell alongside Des Corkill in the commentary box for this, this Supersport 600cc. And Barry, it's turning into a very, very competitive season.
A very tight championship, and it became a little tighter yesterday. So let's go to Daniel on the grid. No.
We're going to highlight instead of race number 1. This is race number 1 that took place yesterday. And the highlights, Kasma Daniel in qualification was fastest. And bike number 27 getting off to a really, really good start. He took Adinata Putra with him, and number 44, Caroline Dumpawi, also going along with him. And for a long time, I thought Kasma Daniel was looking in supreme confident form. Yeah, but he wouldn't last the pace.
Yeah, he looked really well in control. He came under a lot of pressure initially from Adinata Putra, later he'd come under pressure from Anupab. But yeah, as you said, Des, he didn't quite hold it together, ended up what appeared to be content as a runner-up.
We had our casualties, Sharafuddin Azman. Difficult season continues. Helmi Azman had been punted down to number 18 at the start, and a little bit more of a problem as crashing out was Reza Danica. He's having a tough time stepping up once again, and also an absentee was Soichiro Minamoto as a wild card, but a former champion.
Yeah, this is a good race from the number 89, just went through the screen there. And coming through now, Wahyu Nugroho for Yamaha Indonesia. Getting the hurry up there is Kazma Daniel, because he is under real pressure now from the two riders behind him.
Anupab Samu, bike 500 just begins to come into the equation at this stage. It would be an excellent performance from the Yamaha Thai racer. He got past Kazma. That's where I thought Kazma was perhaps a little bit tentative, and also a rare mistake from Adanantaputra caused anguish in his own pit crew, and that gave Anupab all the chance that he needed. Despite the best efforts of Kazma and Adanantaputra, it was Anupab Samun who was able to look back over his shoulder but go on to secure the victory.
Yeah, late tyre problems for Adanant. You can see again how much he's sliding that Honda as they come through for the final time. But in the end, it was going to be a relatively comfortable win from the rider who started from P10 on the grid.
Yeah, so Anupab Samun not only takes the win, but he also took the lead in the overall championship standings, which was important for him. Kazma Daniel was pretty happy with his P2 that moves him to within 20 points of the championship leader. And that's the state of play as we move into the final 7 races of the season. Great circuit, I love Motegi.
Yeah, very physical for the riders, especially on these bigger engine machines where they've got to haul them down from very high speeds. Okay, and Daniel is on the grid for pre-race interviews.
The Supersport 600 riders are going to storm down this straight in just a few minutes. But before that, let's have a chat with Kazma. And also, just a quick update on the track temperatures, because it's a bit hotter than yesterday. Sal from Dunlop told us that it is about 43 degrees Celsius right now. 47 was the peak earlier on. But let's have a chat with Kazma. Kazma, yesterday you were dominant in the race. You led the race for most of it, and then Anupab came storming through. Did you not have enough grip left at the end, or were you just thinking maximize points and finish strong?
For me, for the yesterday, I just maximize my point. I want to win also, but for me, if I try to get a P1, and if I don't have chance to get win, I mean, like if I try and then I lose some more position, so better I just stay on P2 and just try to keep the point only. Is the important things.
So yesterday you led from the start. Are you planning to do that again or a different tactic?
For me, I think I just try to constant my lap time, and I just try to focus on my riding, and that's all. I just want to go, and if fighting, yeah, we will fight. But my target was just to be go fun and try to constant.
Thank you so much, Kazma. Good luck. And now we're going to head down to the third row, and we're going to speak to another fast rider on the Yamaha R6. This is Wahyu Nugroho, who had a really, really strong race yesterday. So let's see what he thinks about it. So, Wahyu, yesterday you weren't far off from the fight for the podium towards the end. Can you tell us what went right and what didn't go right yesterday?
Yeah, just yesterday was a bit regret, but yeah, this is the race. Anything can happen, but for today, yeah, just keep focus and give the best to get the more better result than yesterday. Also to get the podium. Also. Just wish me luck.
Thank you so much. Good luck for this one. And now we're going to head down a couple more rows and chat with one of the Honda Thailand riders. It's Tanat. And it's a surprise because Honda Thailand started out the season so strongly, especially in the way that they ended last season. We expected them to be much higher. So let's have a chat with Tanat. So Tanat, this weekend for Honda Thailand, it's been very different because we're used to seeing Honda Thailand and you as well fighting at the front, but this weekend something isn't right. Can you tell us what has happened this week that isn't really giving you the pace?
Yeah, from yesterday I have problem a little bit in race and from my bike with my riding style, and today I will try my best and I will try anything. I keep to fighting and look forward only.
Thank you so much. Good luck with this one. Back to you, Desmond.
Tanat avoiding to answer the question from Daniel there, wasn't he? Didn't give a lot, but they have struggled a little bit of the Thai team.
Yeah, they have, and yeah, there's a little bit of dissatisfaction there in the team itself, actually, that all three riders have failed to live up to their potential this weekend at Motegi.
He's still in 8th place in the overall championship standings, so you never say never. And let's go along the grid.
Yeah,
Kazma is on pole position, but Adnan Putra, 2nd in the championship standings, is 2nd on the grid today. And the Astra Honda racer, he'll be competitive right towards the end of the season.
Yeah, a rider who definitely never says never. It's number 22, Sha Tong, the Chinese rider, going for Victor Racing Team.
And I think, is that?
Yeah, it's Caroline Powie,
Okay.
number 89. A season, not a very distinguished season by his standards. And that is Rocco Sessler. Good to see him on the grid because he wasn't out in warm-up this morning.
Yeah, he actually had an incident in the pit lane as he came out. So I'm hoping that the bike has managed to be fixed.
And once again, let's say how good it is to welcome STG Hark Pro onto the 600 grid with Adaki Amon on board. And championship. Oh, sorry, that's Jack Ripat. Mixing up Honda riders here.
Bouncing around the grid at the moment. We've got 2 cameras out there making full use of them.
Yeah, not very often we see a Honda Thailand on the grid with nothing behind them. So it's a great perspective there of the grid.
Helmi Asman and Soichiro Minamoto were forced right the way down to the back of the qualifying grid.
Yeah, they overused their qualifying tyres. They're allowed a maximum of 3 flying laps on the qualifiers, and Helmi and Soichiro did 4 laps on them, and that is why they got shuffled back to the back of the grid.
Here's the starting grid ahead of race number 2. Kazma Daniel Kazmiuddin. Interesting, very mature interview that he gave there to Daniel to say, yep, it's not the Kazma of old, I'm not going reckless. I was looking for the points. Hongleong Yamaha looking good. Adnan Putra, Astra Honda Racing, 2nd in the championship standings. Caroline Powie, Idemitsu Honda on P3, will always be competitive.
Yeah, and SCG Hark Pro Zadaki Amon goes from P4. Reza Danica RNs, who was quick but crashed out yesterday next to him, and the exciting McKinley Carl Paz outside of him.
Waina Groha had a good race yesterday. Yamaha Racing Indonesia in P7. Helmi Asman restored up to P8, which is where he finished, and that might be useful for Helmi to get up amongst the points at the end of the day. So Soichiro Minamoto also restored up to P9. A wild card, but a former ARRC champion.
Yeah, Sharifuddin Asman crashed out yesterday for Idemitsu Honda Racing Malaysia. He starts 10th. Next to him, Erjanatna Firdaus for Astra Honda. And yesterday's race winner starting once again from 12th on the 4th row. What a show he put on yesterday.
It certainly was. If he's able to get a victory from P12, that would be phenomenal. Looking a bit further down, Tanat Leong Pliao. He who avoids to answer questions for Honda Racing Thailand in P13. Fairozi Torkadullah for Yamaha Racing Indonesia. It's been a tough season stepping up for Fairozi. And Kitsada Tanacho, another of the Honda Racing Thailand guys. They will come good.
Yeah, on row 6 is Jakrapat Pudisan for Honda Racing Thailand. Starts 16th. Rocco Sessler, the young German for Team One for All, starts 17th. And outside of him, Sha Tong, the Chinese rider for Victor Racing Team.
18 on the starting grid. Riders are on the formation lap as they come down this landmark. Long, steep hill. But actually, the riders tell me it looks more fearsome on the screen because we've got a high camera that looks down over the top of it. Whereas the riders themselves, they just come over the brow of the hill and it's not as severe as it looks there. And so they can get themselves in shape. But breaking into that right-hand corner has caused a problem, particularly for the non-Japanese racers.
Yeah, it does. They have to brake earlier because all the momentum, of course, when you brake is on the front of the bike. And when you're braking downhill, you have to be extra careful. Reza Danica 123 was one of the riders that proved it yesterday, unfortunately for him.
Yeah, on that very corner, I think it was, came off.
Yeah, Adaki on the left there comes into his position, starting fourth.
Championship standings, Anupam Samu, bike number 588 points, 83 points for bike number 21, Adinanta Putra. Bike number 27, Kazma Daniel Kazmudin, who's on pole position on the right of your screen. He's on 68. Helmi Asman, who starts in P8, on 66. Kazma Daniel made a blistering start in race number 1 yesterday. Red lights are off and Kazma is looking to get off to a good start. Adinanta has gone with Kazma Daniel and also making good start on the right-hand side. It's Adinanta who's just got inside Kazma Daniel. So Adinanta Putra for Astra Honda Racing, looking to improve on yesterday's P3. And look at that, Waina Groho, bike 89 has gone up into P3.
Yeah, that was a really good start from Adinanta from the middle of the front row. Kazma content to slot in behind him. And just behind him is one of the Hondas, that is Karolidin Pawi, the number 44. Waina Groho, as you said, Des, great start from him. Kinley Carl Paz got away well.
He certainly did. I was just saying, 23. Kinley Carl Paz, he's been improving as this season has gone on. Carl Paz.
Yeah, so good to see a Filipino in the bigger bike classes doing so well. Kip moves in himself into P3. He wants another good result. It's been a quiet weekend by his extraordinary standards.
Adinanta Putra has had a couple of race wins, a couple of P3s, and had to be content with P15 in the second race in Malaysia, where he recovered after coming off early on.
I tell you what, Des, Helmi Asman, starting from the back, he's come up really fast.
Starting P8, he got promoted. So,
oh, that was just for yesterday?
Yes, yes.
Oh,
same with Sochiro.
My official's instinct told me that that would stand for both races, but there we are.
Yes, but it's good for Helmi. And it's good for the championship. There are 4 very much in contention, plus Karolidin Pawi, plus Waina Groho, possibly even as far down as McKinley Carl Paz. And if the Thais can get their act together in Mandalika and in Sepang, they could go into Buriram with a chance. But at the moment, it's Adinanta Putra who has the lead. Carl Paz has got Helmi Asman for company. And this is the battle for P5. And Helmi is looking on the inside of McKinley Carl Paz. That's a good battle.
Yeah, it is. And this is where we start looking around for Anupam. He made up 2 places on that first lap. So that means he's 10th.
Kip goes through on the inside of Kazma Daniel. Fascinating insight from that interview with Daniel beforehand. Kazma of old would have gone for the win.
Yeah, that was calculating, it was calm, it was focused. There was none of the big grin, the jokes on the grid, not at all. So this has been a really good start from Adinanta Putra, who's got a little gap there on Karolidin Pawi. Let's see if Kip can close that at all.
It was over half a second as they headed up to the hill, and it's not got any closer. Adinanta Putra has just been able to pull away, and Waina Groho goes around just a little bit wide. A better line taken by number 27, Kazma Daniel for Hong Leong Yamaha on the YZF. And there's Helmi. He is chasing McKinley Carl Paz. It's a long race, 12 laps, plenty can happen. Adinanta has got off to a big start, but it's very difficult to stay out in the lead for so long, unless you can really pull a gap and put in consistent lap times. So that looks to be what Adinanta Putra is trying to do. You know what? He's taken nearly a second It'll be 0.8 of a second by the time they cross this start-finish line. Adnan Putra goes through in P1 ahead of Karel Idampawi. 0.763 of a second is the lead.
Yeah, that's remarkable, given how close it was yesterday that Adananta has done that. He really got away well. Asma, not so much, but looking pretty solid in third.
Nagrohu.
Or is it fourth?
Wayu Nagrohu makes it fourth for Kazma. He's been quietly very, very good this weekend, Wayu Nagrohu.
Yeah, he has. It's really good to see a young talent making his way up. We saw flashes last season and at the beginning of this season. Now he's looking much more like the complete package, and we just saw the orange helmet and the distinctive number 500 on the bike of Anupam. There he is.
Yeah, that'll worry everybody, won't it?
Yep. Yeah, you really do feel the Jaws music. I spoke to him in pit lane during the pit walk earlier, and he was relishing the challenge of doing it again today.
Meantime, Helmi Asman is still trying to find a way to get past McKinley Carl Paz, but there is no way. Adnan Putra has slightly increased that lead. He's taken another 1/10 of a second off Karel Idampawi. Nagrohu has got ahead of Kazma, as we saw. McKinley Carl Paz, Helmi, Anupam Samu is indeed up into P5. Ooh, that's a really tight move in there. Nagrohu and Karel Idampawi. So Wayu Nagrohu, brilliant movement from Wayu Nagrohu. You were talking about the complete package, and this looks like a confident complete package. He's in P2, but he's in pursuit of Adananta Putra.
Excellent. Let's see what he can do about that. Wayu Nagrohu, fastest lap so far.
He is a second down on Adananta Putra, and the Astra Honda bike is looking and sounding absolutely wonderful.
Yeah, absolutely on song. Anupam on song. He's approaching the rear of the Idemitsu Honda Racing Malaysia machine of Helmi Asman.
He is indeed, and he's dragging Herjan Atner Ferdhaus with him. Former 250cc champion Herjan Atner. And Tanat is in P9, Reza Danica in P10.
In the darkness, Asman looking less comfortable in fourth. Perhaps too comfortable. McKinley and Carl Paz, his teammate, is looking a little bit hungrier. Surprised to see Soichiro Minamoto back in 12th at the moment.
Well, we said yesterday the Kazma looked very, very comfortable, and that was in the leading position. Relaxed, but maybe too relaxed. He's in P4. In pursuit is McKinley Carl Paz. Two Hong Leong Yamahas up against each other, with the Idemitsu Honda of Mohammed Helmi Asman just waiting to capitalise, and then Anupam Samun.
Yeah, here comes McKinley Carl Paz. I thought Kazma looked like he was holding him up. He might be holding Helmi up as well. So all is not perfect in the world of Kazma Daniel right now. He started from pole position, of course. Great form in the race yesterday.
There is McKinley Carl Paz, 4th place for him. Best result, he had 2 4th places already this season. First race in Boram and Sepang. That will be a target for him to at least equal that, perhaps even go one better. We are seeing the development of Carl Paz. He's a former underbone champion at the Asia Road Racing Championship, and it's taken a while for him to get on board this Yamaha, but it looks like he is slowly but surely getting into the package.
Indeed, it was 2019 underbone champion. A long time ago now, with that horrible interruption we had in the general in the world of sport. He's been abroad internationally. He's been back for the 2 seasons now in the Asia Road Racing Championship. Threatening, leading his teammate, his much fancied teammate, who's being attacked now by Helmi Asman.
So. Wayu Nagrohu is beginning to make some ground on Adhanantaputra. Adhananta's just put in a sector 1 lap time of 31.105, which is 1/10 down on the Groho. The lead is still close to a second, and then there's a very, very talented train behind them.
Yeah, this is a really, really distinguished field of racers here. Young and more experienced. I guess Kazma comes into the more experienced category now.
Mid-20s now, isn't he?
Yeah.
There is Kazma Daniel, pole sitter, but it doesn't look all roses today. It's looking pretty good for Adhanantaputra, but we're nowhere near halfway. Waina Groho is there, Carolyn Powie sweeps through. Only hunkers down, fires over the start-finish line. He's in P6. Anupab Samu is just behind them. The gap, Anupab has got within 3/10 of Helmi Asman. Waina Groho has pulled within 6/10 of a second of the race leader. There's Anupab, the championship leader. He's won podiums in each of the last 4 races, and now he is right on the back there of Helmi Asman.
Yesterday he dispatched Helmi fairly quickly, it has to be said. Let's see what he can do today. But there's plenty of time for him to make his way up towards the front. All I would say about Adhananta at the front is that he's very good at managing his tyres. And he's been at the front all the way through. He hasn't been in any battles yet.
Moves serenely round Carolyn Powie as Helmi just has a little peek at the inside there of Kazma Daniel Mayudin.
These two know each other very well.
They were racing at Sepang last week, indeed. There is the move from Helmi. And Kazma, pole sitter, drops down to P6. We've got to change the position. And Anupab Samun is immediately up the exhaust pipe of Kazma Daniel.
Yeah,
that's a nervous look. Hope that's not Anupab, he says.
Yes, I think that was exactly what he was thinking. I mean, he was cool, calm and calculating on the grid. And I think I know what he's thinking at the moment.
At the front, Adhanantaputra continues to hold on to the lead. Waina Groho has pulled this gap to, it was 6/10 at the end of the previous lap. It is now down to 4/10. Waina Groho has just put in a 1:54.4 lap, 3/10 quicker than Adhanantaputra.
Yeah, this is really good work. We'll see later how he's been managing his tyres, Waina Groho, but this is a brilliant race, the best we've seen of him in this category for sure.
Absolutely. And he is closing in. And you're saying that Adhananta is not had to use his tyres. Well, neither is Waina Groho.
Well, Adhananta's going to find himself in a fight any moment.
6 laps to go. Bubbling up. It's like this weekend. It's the racers have, well, they've been extraordinary in some circumstances, but they've all had great finishes. Helmi is there. Kazma feels the pressure of Anupab, and Herjan Atna's not too far away either in the second of the Astra Honda Racing Team Hondas. Oh, is that Herjan?
I think that's Herjan. Can't quite see through the dust.
Certainly an Astra Honda. I think it may well be bike number 46, Herjan Atna Ferdhaus. Just as he was beginning to make a move, yep, it is Herjan Atna.
Yeah, and look at the pressure Anupab is putting on Kazma Daniel. Thai Yamaha against the Malaysian Yamaha. Reza Danica.
He's out as well, as is Herjan. So not a great day for Astra Honda so far. They'll be hoping that the third of their triumvirate, Adhananta, can hold on, as Anupab Samun has. While we watch those incidents, he's got past Kazma Daniel, and Kazma is down in P7, having started top of the grid.
Yeah, Anupab knows his main championship rival is 4 places up the road. He's got Helmi in front of him. Helmi's not an easy rider to pass. After that, he's got the very lively McKinley Carl Paz. quietly and not attract. Oh, and there is that Sherifuddin? It's Helmi. Helmi has bitten the dust. Oh
wow.
dear, what a rotten weekend. No,
Caroline
it is Kip.
Caroline Powie. Oh,
well,
desperately trying to dig himself out of the gravel. Desperately trying to pick up something.
Yeah, the next sentence out of my mouth was going to be how quietly he's having a really good race.
Well,
so
he was serene in P3, wasn't he? It's a bonus for Kazma. He'll move up into P6. Adelanto Putra, meantime, still has Waina Groho.
Be fascinating to see how he manages the attack from behind from Waina Groho. See how much he's got left in the locker. Adelanto Putra. We're over half distance now, and once again we're starting to see that Honda of Adelanto, that Astra Honda, moving around a little bit. Much hotter conditions than yesterday, so the tyre wear might be starting to affect him. But he's not uncomfortable with the bike moving around. I think he's keeping that gap fairly constant.
Around about the 0.3 of a second. It was 0.4 at the end of the last lap. It's now 0.4. So it's almost identical.
Yeah, Kip is back up, back on the black, so to speak.
The boss not so thrilled. And we didn't really see what happened to Kip, and you're quite right, he was serenely moving in third place, wasn't really attacking these two, and wasn't really under pressure from Kyle Paz behind him. Instead though, Kyle Paz has got himself a podium position, a little bit behind this front two. There is Kyle Paz. Helmi Asman behind him. But Waina Groho,
he's good in this middle part of the lap. So let's see what happens now as they go through turn 6 and up the hill. Yeah, he's getting closer at this point. So if he can keep that momentum, keep those lines right all the way up to turn 10, and he gets a good exit from turn 10, he could challenge on the way down the hill. Let's see what he can do.
Slightly different line coming up the hill.
Yeah.
Behind them, Kyle Paz trying to hold off Helmi Asman. Frustration for Caroline Dumpawi. Stomps into the garage. Whether or not it was a self-inflicted wound, I'm not quite sure. Yeah. In the meantime, your race leader, Adelanto Putra for Astra Honda Racing.
Why are you not close enough to attack this time? But he's doing a really good job, the young Indonesian.
Focus.
Yeah, good advice, I think, which Adelanto's about to get in the next few seconds as he tears past pit lane.
.4, the gap at each of the last two. 3.6.
Yeah, it does seem in the middle part of the lap is where Wayu is stronger. And characteristically, you might expect that from the kind of DNA of nimbleness that the Yamahas have compared to the stability of the Hondas. So yeah, this is a really intriguing little matchup here between these two. Not one that we might have expected at the beginning of the race.
But if Waina Groho is to produce what would be an upset victory, I think he's going to have to get close to the back wheel, closer to the back wheel of Adelanto, coming into the final lap or so.
Yeah, this is the part of the circuit where he needs to make up ground on Adelanto. I think Adelanto's wise to it. He's just raising his game a little bit, I think.
Kyle Paz, in the meantime, successfully holds off Helmi Asman. There's half a second between 3 and 4. Anupab Samu not really been able to make a headway on them, although it does look like he's closing up, and when Anupab has you in his sights, invariably he catches up to you, and Helmi will be aware of Anupab, the championship leader.
Huh. So that was interesting look round from Adelanto. Once again, that gap almost identical to what it was 1 lap ago, Des.
It certainly was.
2 laps left after this one. And maybe even stretching his lead a little bit. Adananta, let's see.
366 last time out. 89 Waigrohu. And 0 P2. But is he close enough? They go across the line. 0.366. Yep, you're quite right. 2/10 quicker. That time was Adananta Putra over Waigrohu.
That's a good response from the Indonesian. Sorry, they're both Indonesian, but the Indonesian Honda rider. Kimi Paz remains 3 seconds behind. Helmi looking for his podium place, and Anupam inevitably looking to chomp up the rider in front of him, but he's dropping back a little bit now.
Yeah, he's not been able to make up that ground on Helmi, and Helmi's not been able to make it up on McKinley Paz. Here's Danica Arons is back out on the circuit. He's in 16th. Also staying out on the circuit, Sharafuddin Azman, who we saw, I think, crash out. Oh no, it was Karadan Pari crashed out, wasn't it?
Yeah. Sharafuddin back in 10th, 13 seconds adrift. Helmi Azman, solid performance. He looked like a potential race winner on his free practice form on Friday.
McKinley Paz was 3/10 slower than Helmi on the last lap, and Anupam Sarmoon was identical pace to Helmi Azman on the last lap. That's a look over the shoulder from McKinley Paz.
Yeah,
this is the penultimate time that they'll have this to worry about for Kyle Paz.
Yeah, this is a good test for Kyle, coming under pressure from a rider of the quality and speed of Helmi Azman. Idemitsu on the Malaysia machine.
Move looks like it's being made by Helmi. Kyle has to work hard. 1 and 2 go through. The gap is 0.5 of a second still. That's good work from Adananta Putra. Kyle Paz and Helmi and Anupam. 7/10 behind Anupam is Helmi Azman.
Helmi hunting a podium, and sorry Des, but Kyle Paz very aware of it. So he needs to absorb the pressure. As I said a few moments ago, it's a really good test for Kyle. Don't think Anupam's quite got the pace.
But he's in 5th, which will possibly, well no, if Adananta Putra wins, that'll be Adananta Putra to the top of the championship standings.
Yeah, just seesawing between those two riders, championship lead. So as they get into the midsection of the lap, Helmi closing in.
Helmi desperate to try and pick up some additional points. The extra 3 points from 13 to 16 would move him up into P3. And he's made his move now, and Kyle Paz is pushed upwards, and Helmi Azman takes the move into P3. He left it late. Is Waigrohu going to do a similar move? And he's and Helmi loses it. Oh, after getting himself into P3.
We didn't see that coming. So, an error by Helmi.
In the meantime, Adananta Putra comes into the final corner. McKinley Paz is on for a podium. Anupam Sarmoon is there. Adananta Putra, who's been holding off the challenge of Waigrohu for 9 laps, and Adananta Putra is going to take this win, and is going to take the championship lead for Astra Honda Racing from Waigrohu from Yamaha. McKinley Paz comes in ahead of Anupam Sarmoon.
Joy, of course, in the Astra Honda garage. They had it all their own way, but they got the win from Adananta Putra. What a quality ride that was.
Helmi.
Lights to flag, and here comes Helmi.
Disconsola is back up, but others have flown through.
Yeah, McKinley Paz passed the test. Anupam did well. I mean, not compared to yesterday, but P12 to P4, that's pretty good. And a little dance, as we saw yesterday from Adananta. that could catch on. But absolute joy and a wonderful job by Adenanta, now in his 3rd season in 600s. And back on top of the championship after losing it yesterday to his main Thai rival, Anupab Samoon.
But for the Idemitsu Honda team, gosh, real frustration. This is the moment where Helmi Asman has got himself into P3. Turns in on himself.
Just got away from him. Surprising error, to be honest, from Helmi. And you can see he's pretty upset with himself for that.
Well, he got up to secure 2 points, which is, I suppose, some consolation, but a limited consolation. McKinley Kalpaz will pick up his 2nd podium of the season. So who moves into the 60s? But here is how it finished. Adenanta Putra. In the end, that's a really good win. Nearly half a second clear of Wainagrohu. But that's a statement performance from Wainagrohu and Yamaha Racing Indonesia. This is a young man who is growing into the sport and onto the bike. He's in P2. McKinley Kalpaz, 2nd podium for the Filipina, the Hong Leong Yamaha racer. Anupab Samoon from way down in P10. That's a good weekend for Anupab. He'll get closer to the championship leader. Kazma Daniel in 5th to pick up 11 points. Tanat Longklo, Honda Racing Thailand, can console themselves with 10 points. Minamoto, the wild card, in 7th. Odaki Amon, another wild card for SDG Hark Pro Honda. He is 8th to pick up 8 points. Sarafuddin Azman came home for Idemitsu Honda in 9th. Barosi Torkotula, a quiet P10 for the Yamaha Racing Indonesia racer. Kitsada Tanacho 11. Jakripat just behind his Honda Racing Thailand compatriot. Rocco Sessler, Team One for All. Again, it's all about learning for the young German. He'll pick up 3 points. Helmi Asman, 2 points that should have been 13 or 16. And Sha Jun Tong, as always for Victor Racing, a brave 1 point. Reza Danica Arons for Astra Honda didn't complete the race. Neither did Karolidon Pawi, neither did Herjan Atna Ferdaus. So at the midway point of the season, this was a good day for Adenanta Putra. And the Japanese fans, even though he's an Indonesian, enjoying seeing themselves, I think, on the screen.
Yeah. Could you not appreciate a lights to flag win from Adenanta Putra? And joy for McKinley Kalpaz as he gets himself into Park Ferme. Very popular back home. And they're still standing up on his bike. He's tall, Adenanta. When he stands up on the bike, you really notice it. And he's still doing the dance. That's a real trademark from him.
Just underneath our commentary position. Yep, there's a beaming faces in that pit lane.
Yeah, all three will be delighted of that. Adenanta, from a championship point of view, Wainagroho, his best finish in this category and a brilliant performance. And McKinley Kalpaz continues to threaten at the top. There he is, getting ready for the, no doubt, for the Indonesian flag to be wrapped around him. That's what it means.
It's the 3rd win of the campaign for Adenanta. It's a 5th podium. Just look at that blemish. When he was actually in a good position at Sepang, came off and rescued a point. Take that away, and this is a mighty impressive season for the Honda racer.
Yeah, so
race highlights from the Supersport 600cc race number 2 at Motegi. Kazma Daniel, bike number 27, on pole position, but beaten into the first corner by the man who would then hold on to that lead. for the rest of the race. Adhananta Putra for his third victory of the season. It wasn't exactly easy, but in many ways Adhananta Putra made it look a lot easier than it was, Barry Russell.
Yeah, he did, and you saw him under some threat just at this point from Kazma initially, but Kazma soon dropped back. Khalid Mpawi didn't quite have the pace, but Waino Groho from an early stage was looking threatening at the front. We noticed it at the time, and here you can see Adhananta at the front just starting to stretch a margin back to the others.
Good battle for P5 at this stage between McKinley Kalpaz and Helmi Asman. It would end up in heartache for Helmi. But up at the front, by the time we hit midpoint, Adhananta Putra had taken a comfortable lead, and the only one who'd gone along with him was Waino Groho. Behind them, Kazma was slipping down and would eventually drop down as low as P7 as Anupam took him. Reza Danica sliding off and Birdhouse sliding off as well. So not a great day for two of the three Astra Honda racers. And it wouldn't be a great day either for Helmi Asman.
No, indeed it wouldn't. He was being pressed. Just at this point, it looked like Anupam might be coming. He didn't quite have the pace that he had yesterday. But he nevertheless did an amazing job coming up from 12th starting position.
Mistake from Khalid Mpawi saw him into the gravel and down to the final lap, and even though he'd been under some kind of pressure from Waino Groho for the best part of 9 laps, Adhananta Putra able to hold on. But this is the battle that would really cause the anxiety as those two go through. Into P3 goes Helmi Asman, and then slides off the track and would finish eventually into P14. Very frustrating for him.
Yeah, kept the cool head at the front. Adhananta Putra, number 21 for Astra Honda. Brilliant win for him. Delight for Waino Groho in second.
Yeah, your championship leader, third win of the season, and as you say, it was from first corner to the flag. That's a terrific performance for the dancing man, Adhananta Putra.
Yeah, we're going to demand that for every race.
Onto the podium, and McKinley Kalpaz, a popular P3 and a noisy P3 for the Philippines. A marvel, Waino Groho, thrilled to bits, with novelty glasses as well, but there is your winner, Muhammad Adhananta Putra. And it's an Indonesian party with a little bit of Filipino magic. Team award for Astra Honda Racing. And the national anthem will be once again that of Indonesia. For Muhammad Adhananta Putra, this is Indonesia Raya. Job well done. Looks a confident racer, Adhananta. Frustration last season. Mr. Kazuyuki Takahide, General Manager, Motorsports Division of the Mobility Resorts Motegi, are hosts for this weekend to hand out the winners' prizes. Biggest cheer of the day so far for McKinley Kalpaz. Dodgiest Glasses of the Day award goes to
the pentagonal sunglasses, almost matches Dunlop cap.
It's Waya Nagrohu, the Top Man Award. Adananta Putra on the Honda CBR for Astra Honda Racing Team.
Now to present the team award, we would like to invite Dr. Stan Yasuhiro, FIM Asia Vice President, to the podium.
Best Team Award being handed out by Mr. Stan Yasuhiro, FIM Asia Vice President.
And the best team for the Super Sports 600 Race 2, Astra Honda Racing Team.
Astra Honda Racing Team.
And I would like to invite Mr. Kazuyuki
Well,
Takahide
1 out of 3 ain't bad.
Yasuhiro
Wasn't
to
great
take
for
photo
Reza.
with our race winners.
Wasn't great for Herjanatna. It was for Adananta Putra.
Ladies and gentlemen, give another big round of applause for the Super Sports 600 Race 2 winners. And a big thank you to Mr. Kazuyuki Takahide.
Information of the final result. In terms of the overall championship standings, it's good news for Adananta Putra. He has the lead over Anupab Samun. All our ducks are in a row.
Yeah, we were there yesterday with the Ducks.
Indeed. 7 points the lead for Astra Honda Racing's Adananta Putra over Anupab Samun for Yamaha Thailand Racing. We go next to Indonesia. We finished the season in Thailand. So both have got home races to come. Kazma Daniel, he has a home race to come at Sepang in round 5. He's on 78 points, 75 points for Waya Nagrohu. That's really impressive from the young Indonesian. Helmi Azman will be kicking himself that he's missed out on points today. He's on 68. McKinley Kalpaz moves up to 64 points with his second podium. Khalid Mpawi completing a frustrating day for Minamatsu Honda Racing Malaysia. He's on 53, and Tanat Leong Pliao managed to pick up 10 points, which is some consolation for a tough weekend for Honda Racing Thailand. He's on 52 points in 8th place. I think we can go down to get some post-race reaction. The hard-working Daniel Bogers is down at the Parc Fermé.
Adananta, when you started pulling away, I thought at some point your grip must fall off, but you managed your tires amazingly. Can you tell us how that race happened and what did you change to get that kind of a lead?
Yes. The first, I want to say Alhamdulillah, thanks to Allah and also my family who always support me, also all my friends from Indonesia, and also, yeah, of course for the team who was already hard work for this weekend. Yeah, we got a win in second race, in race 2. The race today was quite tough because, yeah, but the way was like what I want from the start. I try to push and then maintain some pace and then try to make a good momentum. But the tough because maybe the last 4-5 laps, my tire life was finished. I think many times slide. I just try to hold and keep some good pace for the win, and yeah, but finally I can be on the podium and be the best win. Thank you. See you next round.
Thank you so much, Adananta. Good luck. See you in Lombok.
Indeed. See you in Lombok, Adananta, as the racers begin to come out for the the big bikes, the super bikes, which is coming up next on the Asia Road Racing Championship. Ardhananta Putra making his victory in the 600cc seemed to be very routine. It was anything but. Don't go too far away. We've got the finale of this weekend's entertainment from the Mobility Resort Motegi after the break. It's the superbikes from the FIM Asia Road Racing Championships.
Malaysia's Azwar Hakim Anwar leads the way in the FIM Asia Road Racing Championship Superbike category. 3 podiums in a row see him 10 points clear at the top of the standings. But a wounded Hafiz Sharin on the JDT Ducati was quickest in qualifying. Whilst Japan's Kito Abe won race 1 at the Mobility Resort Motegi on Saturday. In the land of the samurai, honor wins respect.
To the final race of this weekend. We've got the superbikes, and gosh, we had some stories yesterday in race number 1. It was dramatic, to say the least. Best of the highlights from race 1 at Motegi. It's a 13-lap race. Hafiz Sharin on the right of your screen on pole position. Just edged out by Chip Nakarin on the very, very first corner.
Yeah, Nakarin out wide. He tried to cut back in onto the line. Liz was looking for that line, which you could argue was rightfully his, but a racing incident. Liz was amazingly, shockingly out.
Consternation in the JDT pit. That Ducati had been firing on all cylinders, but that wasn't the end of the drama that we saw in this ASB 1000cc. There were incidents all over, and yet Kito Nabe and Chip Nakarin are spinning out his bike 74. And that's Shota Ide, and there'll be more to come ahead of them. Look at this. This is Chip Nakarin chasing on the back of Abe. Chip Nakarin looking in very, very good nick at this stage by Russell.
Yeah, he was. He looked really strong, and as he was trying to catch up, Hafiz went out once again, losing the front.
He desperately tried to get back after that first corner problem. and just pushed it too much on the Ducati. So 0 points for Hafiz and the Ducati.
Yeah, and as that was going on, we were looking with some confusion at the antics of Hafiz Montananon on the A1 Energy BMW. There he is in P5 just at this point, who has been told to do a long lap penalty for a jump start. He didn't come in. Some despair, and that was Chip Maccarin going out. We've said a few times how difficult it is braking downhill from top speeds at the end of that long straight coming down into turn 11.
What it meant was that Keita Abe, though, who's known this track like the back of his hand, he was able to go through and take the victory.
And he took it from Azroy, who started in P8, so this was a masterful performance from Azroy. In fact, he came in as championship leader by a single point from Maccarin, but this win, and Maccarin's, he did finish eventually, but way down the order. This was really good for Azroy's championship lead, but Keita Abe was the winner for SDG.
But if we are honest, the story was about Hafiz, because the Ducati had done so well, and there is Hafiz Sharin. Ducati had done so well, confidence was justifiably high, and to go out on the first corner in such a way must have been devastating. His response today and how he reacts today is really important.
Yeah, he crashed in warm-up. So there is the challenge that they face. Lots of hard braking from very high speeds on these heavier bikes. It's a real physical workout for these riders. Azroy told me earlier on that he was tired by the end of yesterday's exertions.
Okay, our intrepid reporter, the hard-working Daniel Bogas, is ready to get some pre-race thoughts. He's down on the grid. Let's head down to him right now.
So these are the tires that Maccarin rolled out of the pit garage with, and he's probably got some new slicks slapped onto those tires. So let's have a quick chat with Maccarin. So Maccarin, yesterday you looked quick and aggressive, but you lost the front. Can you tell us what happened in that one?
Yeah, yesterday I lost the front because I also pushed too much through entry the corner, and also when Azroy coming in front, I try to follow him, but just a little bit mistake in the braking. But I know what happened. That everything is good direction for me. For today, I will try to do better than yesterday.
Today is a lot hotter as well. So are you changing the tire selection or are you maintaining?
I keep the same tire like yesterday, and I will check during the race what I will do. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Maccarin. Good luck for this one. And now we're gonna head down. We're gonna squeeze through the tires, and we're gonna have a chat with Azroy, who starts in P8. Now Azroy finished on the podium, current championship leader by 10 points. We're just gonna give Azroy this moment real quick, and now we will interrupt him. So Azroy, you're a championship leader by 10 points. You finished strong really yesterday. Right now, do you feel relieved after yesterday's result, or is the pressure building?
For me right now, I think not so relief. Little bit pressure, but it's okay. I just keep my momentum just like yesterday, and I know that today will be difficult and different situation also. But I will try my best to keep in front, and hopefully can finish in the podium, and also if have some lucky, maybe win. So let's see.
Thank you so much, Azroy. Good luck for this one. We're gonna make our way a couple of rows down. We're gonna have a chat with one of the riders on the Yamahas, our regular rider, Cam Dunker. Now, Cameron, in the start of the weekend, he was struggling a bit, just getting used to Motegi, and we know that Yamaha is a bit underpowered, but he did manage to make a huge step forward in warm-up. He was only, if I remember correctly, 2 seconds adrift from the top. So let's have a quick chat with Cam. So Cameron, the trip to Motegi hasn't been an easy one, but in the warm-up, it looked like you closed the gap slightly. What have you found in warm-up that's been working?
To be honest, we actually took a little step back from warm-up, but yeah, I mean, we found some positives and some things to work on. So yeah, we should be good for the race. I just got to try and yeah, just be better than race one. So yeah, we'll see how we go.
Thank you so much. Good luck with this one. And now we're gonna head next to Cam. Actually, we're gonna try and find. Yeah, there we go. Akito Haga on the Aprilia. They're gonna have a try to get a quick word with him. Akito, it's always great to see the Aprilia back on the grid, but it's been a bit of a struggle for Team Tatara this week. What has been the main issue that you guys have been working with?
Unfortunately, this weekend I had mechanical trouble and I made tough races. So race 2, I wanna give 100% and do my best.
Is there any chance we're going to see you on the grid again at some point of this year?
Maybe.
Can't wait to say good luck for this one. Back to you, Des and Barry.
Thank you, Daniel. Thank you for your day's work down on the grid. It's the rain did stay off. We were wondering whether or not it would come over the hills in Tochigi at the Matigi Mobility Resort, but the answer is no. And it has actually bathed in sunshine down there. It's a beautiful day, and a beautiful day for racing, Barry Russell. I did notice, though, that Daniel didn't go near Hafiz Sharin.
No, he didn't. Probably best to leave him alone there. I mean, there's only one thing Hafiz can do today, which is to go for the win. That's Yu Zhou for Savitar Team Asia. They're competing for his, I think, second full season in the ASB 1000.
Well, there is the man who's got the focal point on him. And so devastated after what happened yesterday, because it had been arguably their best weekend to date.
Yeah, he looked really good on Friday. Pole position. Then we saw what happened in the race. And this morning in warm-up, he had another crash. So all is not tickety-boo, I think, for JDT and Hafiz. Let's see. A lot of people have been expecting him to win this weekend, including the man himself. There is fellow Brit, Joe Francis, in for Victor Racing Team.
He's rather enjoying his moments here. He's not going to be on the podium, whereas this fella may well be. Kito Abe won yesterday in supreme fashion. Very, very confident performance. And he's now second in the championship standings. If he can repeat that victory, he could well be the championship leader by the end of today.
Yeah, that was partly a result of Asroy's good performance and the falling off of his main championship rivals, Nakarin and Hafiz. Lachlan Epis crashed on the warm-up lap yesterday, so didn't even get to the start line.
That is Mategi.
Yeah, what a gorgeous perspective that is, and that's the number 230 there of Sho Nishimura in as a wild card. We saw him here on a BMW last year when he won race 1. He starts third on the grid from the front row. Let's see what he can do today. He was P4 yesterday.
Yeah, they did not finish though. And bike number 11 is Murase Takeru from Team Titan. That's the only Suzuki on the grid. We've got 7 different manufacturers. I can't think of many other racers around the world that have 7 different manufacturers represented on the grid. And we've also got 1 set of tyre manufacturers, but a variety of tyre choices by the various riders, by Russell, or is there a variety?
There is actually no variety on the first 4 rows. They're all going on mediums. Murase Takeru on the Suzuki is going with a hard front and medium rear. Same combination for Cameron Dunker on the MotoGo Yamaha, and Joe Francis on the Victor Racing Yamaha. Yu Zhou going with hard front, soft rear. You can understand the hard front choice because of the hard braking on this Motegi circuit.
Indonesia Honda represented by Zakon Zaidi. He again has been neat and tidy and well represented. He's 4th in the championship standings, just a point adrift of Chip Nakarin, who's on 75 points. He's just 6 points adrift of Kito Abe. with Azri Hakim leading the way on 91. So 24 points only separates Hafiz Sharin in 5th, down to Azri Hakim Anwar. That is very catch-upable.
Yeah, it is indeed. With less than half the season gone, the half season will be gone in about half an hour from now.
Confirmation of the starting grid for race number 2. Hafiz Sharin Abdullah for JDT Racing will be hoping that he has much better fortune than yesterday on bike 55. Kito Abe, FDG Hard Pro, bike number 39, will hope he repeats yesterday's victory. Sho Nishimura from Japan Post Honda Racing looks to repeat the race victory that he had here last year.
Yeah, former champion Zakwan Zaidi goes for Idemitsu Honda Racing Malaysia from P4. Very much in form. Nakarina Tirapupat, aggressive, determined. He goes 5th. Apiwak Montananon, a day to forget for him yesterday. He starts 6th.
Shima Ray is one of the wild cards from the famed Japanese team Dogfight Racing, alongside Azri Hakim Anwar, the championship leader. Podiums in each of his last 3 races. He starts from P8. Shota Ite, Uma Racing MMR, Akino Speed Green Cycle starts from P9.
And the very well turned out Motor Bum Honda of Motohara Ito starts 10th. Next to him, Aslan Shah Kamaruzaman for A1 Energy BMW, and Wadaruka for Team Tatara Aprilia starts 12th.
Kawasaki of Ryosuke Iwato starts in P13 and bike number 64. Moraze Takeru, another wildcard Team Titan Suzuki, he starts in P14. Lachlan Epis for Savitar Team Asia on the BMW. We really hope he has a successful day today.
Yeah, Cameron Dunker, 17-year-old Australian we heard from on the grid. He starts 16th on row 6. Next to him is Akito Haga, and alongside of him, in 18th place, Joe Francis for Victor Racing Team.
And we saw Joe Yu from the Savitar Team Asia on the 2nd of the BMWs. Regular contestant on the ARRC at the SB 1000cc. We are in race 5 of 12 of the season. So far we've had 3 different winners. Azri Hakim Anwar's won 2 on the Honda. Chip Nakarin won 2 back-to-back in Buran, also on the Honda. And Kito Abe's Honda won race number 1 in Motegi. With so many variety, the BMWs, the Aprilias, knocking around.
Yeah, well, I haven't seen a double win from Nakarin at his home race. A double win from Azroy at his home race.
Abe, yes.
Can we keep that pattern going with another win from Kito Abe? There are several riders here who don't want to see that happen.
And there's a pole sitter, definitely, who doesn't want to see that happen. As we look into the Idemitsu Honda.
Yeah, he comes to the grid right in front of us in our commentary position. Starting 3rd on the grid on the front row.
Chip Nakarin got off to a great start yesterday, and that's what caused the problems for Hafiz Sharin.
Yeah, we're good to go. Sho Nishimura is going to be hoping for a better start.
19 on the grid. Red lights are on. Keep an eye on the man in blue on the left-hand side. Hafiz Sharin has got off to a steady start. He's trying to get prime position. This time he goes into the lead, and Hafiz Sharin safely negotiates turn number 1, and Abe goes alongside him. There were problems behind. A couple have to stand up, but it's much smoother for Hafiz Sharin Abdullah of JDT.
Yeah, yesterday's race winner. Kito Abe moves into 2nd. And is that slotting into 3rd there?
It's the green helmet, isn't it, of
Yeah.
230 of Nishimura.
Yeah, a rotten start yesterday. He's currently 3rd. He won here last year, as we've said.
By this time in the race yesterday, we'd had several gasps of excitement. This time, it's thankfully for Hafiz Sharin a lot smoother, as Chip Nakarin just moves on the inside of Sho Nishimura as they start to come up the hill. These big bikes will just eat up the tarmac. And as you say, that the hard front tyre will be seriously examined, or the front tyre will be examined when they come down the hill at the end of turn 10.
These riders behind, knowing the danger posed by Hafiz Shirin, getting away at the front. Oh, and here we have
Coming
the first
up.
crash.
Oh, it's 20. It's Azroy
Right.
Hakim Anwar, it's the championship leader who is out. Azroy
So-
Hakim Anwar drops out. And it's Apiwat Wangtananon who's gone with him. Azroy is desperately trying to start and beats the tank with frustration.
So, almost as surprising as Hafiz's mishap yesterday is the exit of championship leader. He had a 10-point lead. Hafiz was just slipping away.
Here it is, they're coming in just at the tail end of that shot.
We didn't see what happened there. It could have been contact, perhaps. Yeah, looks like Apiwat might have hit him from behind.
I can tell you that certainly Azroy Hakim was not happy. In the meantime, let's follow things up. Hafiz Sharin, he's certainly more impressed because he's got himself a healthy lead. He's got himself 0.6 of a second lead. Behind them, yeah, Arbe is chasing. Chip Nakarin is in there. Nashimura and Zakwan Zaidi also battling for P3. There is Zakwan. So reliable, so consistent.
Yeah, and he's got his confidence back to Zakwan, so you can expect to see him challenging all the way through this season. Here he is in fifth. Goodness, there's some quality in this field. Sho Nishimura just ahead of Zakwan in fourth. Pushed back off the podium position.
Hafiz Sharin, though, he was 0.6 of a second the lead at the end of the first lap. He hasn't been able to shake off Arbe, and I'd be amazed if he is able to. Behind them, Nishimura. That's the battle for P4, just ahead of Zakwan.
Much longer race we saw as we Alfonso Azroy exiting stage right.
It's absolutely the adjective. The lead is 0.5 seconds for Hafiz Sharin Abdullah of JDT Racing Team. Under investigation, the incident between bikes numbers 20 and 24. But both are out. All we can possibly have is some kind of responsibility held over for future races, but it doesn't help. Azroy is back out on the circuit, would you believe?
He was desperate to try and get back out, wasn't he, when he came off? So, yeah.
That's on our timing screen. We'll just wait to see if we can get some vision of that in the meantime. Up at the front, Hafiz leads by 0.6 of a second. Chip Nakarim is another 0.8 of a second down on Arbe, as that's good work from Zakwan Zaidi. Slides in front of Nishimura.
Yeah, lovely clean move on the fast flowing section of the circuit. As you lose time if you stand somebody up. And braking for one of the slow turns. Kito Abe doing a good job here.
Azroy Hakim Anwar has just gone in front of our commentary position over the start-finish line, so he will be looking to pick up some kind of points tally. Joe Francis, Akito Haga will be the ones that he's hoping to catch up, but he's only got 11 laps to do it. In the meantime, Nishimura, the green helmet, at one stage was chasing P2, has now been dumped down to P5. Arbe is closing in on the back of Hafiz Sharin. The Ducati, hard work on this, it's a heavy bike, it's got a lot of grunt.
Yeah, this is really interesting too, because yesterday when Kito was talking to Daniel, he said the bike was very slippery, but we also saw how well he managed it. So as this race goes on, and we're not very far into this race, that could be a factor as well.
He's lost 0.2 of a second on that last lap to Akito Abe, SDG Hark-Pro Honda Philippines racer. Picked up podiums in 3 of the last 4 races. Hasn't been outside the top 5. So his consistency is good, and he's just closing in on the back of Hafiz.
6th place is Aslan Shah. Just going to watch. He's currently about 7/10 behind Sho Nishimura, who's been slipping back slowly during this race. Corinne hanging on grimly in 3rd. He's determined not to let the 2 riders in front of him get away as well.
That's a great observation. Chip Nakarin has closed that gap into Abe, who's closed the gap definitely right onto the back wheel of Hafiz. I'm wondering if Hafiz is just trying to conserve tyres.
Probably is.
Just speeding down this hill. Last lap was a 1:51.1 for Hafiz.
This is really good pressure from Kito Abe.
I think with Hafiz, he does have experience, but he has had 1 or 2 problems just taming this Ducati. And Abe just had a little look, and Chip Nakarin's not too far away. It's less than 0.3 of a second between Abe and Hafiz. Nakarin 0.8 further down. Zakwan a further second down on them.
Nakarin looking determined. Zakwan looking solid.
Ajuri Hakim made up 30 seconds on Teo Yu Jo. So although he's in 17th place, the championship leader, he's looking to just claw some kind of reward from this weekend. In the meantime, the man in P3, Chip Nakarin. But Abe is closing right up onto Hafiz.
Shows him a wheel there. If he didn't know it before, he certainly knows that Abe is onto him now. Nakarin watching behind, looking for his opportunity to get on terms. Might as well let this happen just in front of him. He's too far back to do anything about it right now. He might, if these 2 hold themselves up, Nakarin might get closer.
Good acceleration out of that final turn from Hafiz Sharin. Maybe going up the hill is where Abe has the real advantage. Ducati renowned for its grunt power. Once again, Abe is able to close very, very close. He was 0.3 down at the end of the previous lap. That has closed into 0.2. The look of this tells you that it's even closer than that, but Hafiz has got the straight line speed and is able to accelerate away and keep that 0.2 lead. And Nakarin not being able to really make any headway. Slight little wobble from Abe, but he is putting the pressure on Hafiz Sharin. He's asking questions of the experienced Malaysian.
Pace at the front is just a bit too hot for Nakarin in 3rd. Nakarin needs to think about his former Honda Asia Dream Racing teammate Zakwan behind him. Busy rider, Nakarin too. He's also filling in Moto 2 for an injured rider.
Abe, this time, goes through on the inside. Hafiz tried to look at the switchback, but Hafiz has lost the lead to Kito Abe. And the Japanese is looking for a win double here. And he's been putting on the pressure for the last 2 laps to Hafiz Sharin.
It's a really clean move. Neither of them lost any speed. Beautifully judged by Kito Abe. Now, let's see what he can do. Let's see what pace he's got. Now he's got clear air in front of him.
And this is where he was able to... Going up the hill is where his real strength is, and he can't be caught coming down the hill. Consolation for Hafiz is there's still nearly 2/3 of the race to go. But he's losing ground on Abe. And Chip Nakarin, rather disconcertingly for the Ducati racer, he's closing in on the back. And Nakarin, the tie for Honda Racing Thailand, is closer this time. He's within 0.6 of a second. It was nearly 0.9 of a second at the end of the previous lap. Race on.
Race very much on. Hafiz determined not to let Kito Abe get away. Kito Abe determined to get away. Nakarin determined to get on terms. Zakwan 1 second down now. And the rider in P3, Chip Nakarin. Nishimura hanging on well to Zakwan. Aslan Shah, who looked like he might be getting on terms with Sho Nishimura in P5, slipping back now.
Azroy Hakim's Anwar's race is over, he's in the pits.
So another twist in the story of this championship.
In the meantime, Kito Abe looks like he's being able to pull away from Hafiz Sharin. Nakarin is closing in, Nishimura behind them, Zakwan behind them.
Faster than Hafiz last time around.
This is where Hafiz Sharin, if he can stay close, might still be able to get really on the tail end of Kito Abe and put Abe under the kind of pressure that Abe put Hafiz under, which is exactly what he's trying to do. Coming around the left, left, right. 12, 13, 14, then into the long straight. They accelerate down. Hafiz in wild pursuit of Kito Abe. No changes in the top 5 at the end of that lap. 6 laps to go.
Nishimura has got ahead of Zakwan. See just behind.
Fascinating shot on the wall there just a moment ago of the JDT pit crew looking up despairingly at the monitors around this fabulous Mobility Resort Motegi Arena.
This really is a must-win race for Hafiz. He's currently second. He's had 2 previous P2s this season.
Again, coming up the hill. Abe's just able to, well, at least hold on to the same lead that he had. It does look like Hafiz is having to work harder. Anchors down over the handlebars, gets as low as he can, gets the knee down. We'll try to get a drive out up the brow of the hill, over the crest and down into this long straight, the 750-meter straight.
Just looking on the brakes, there's not much that Hafiz is able to do on the brakes on the downhill. There's a faller there. Lost most of his bodywork, so he can't see what it is.
It's a mess. That is a mess. Hopefully, the riders got out safely. Wadaruka on the Aprilia is the man who's going to need a serious amount of bodywork.
Yeah, take a bit of polishing out that one. This is a really interesting battle here. Kito not able to get away. Is not able to get quite close enough to counter-attack.
Just a little bit further behind, Nishimura's got himself ahead of Zakwan Zaidi. Zakwan down into P5. Aslan Shah not being able to get closer. I'm assuming that's the Aprilia.
Aprilia being manhandled out. Ooh, look at that crash. Oof.
Well, that explains why the bodywork.
That's how you destroy an Aprilia RSV4. But the good news is that Wadaruka was well clear of that mechanical mayhem.
This is fascinating. Chip Nakarin has just put in his fastest lap, 1:58.25. which is the fastest lap of the race. It was 2 laps ago. So he's making a move.
Yeah.
Or is he? Or is he?
Well, very much a championship contender, so he's going to do... You always know you're going to get the maximum from Nakarin and Joe Francis.
It's Ito, I think.
Oh, sorry, Ito.
Yeah.
On that. Oh, he's messed up. That's my favourite looking bike of the weekend. And he's just messed it all up.
As they come through. Still Ito. Sorry, Abe leads Hafiz Sharim. 0.2 of a second. This is looking encouraging for Hafiz Sharin Abdullah. Ito has not been able to pull away. And also Chip Nakarin has not been able to get any closer. He's 1.5 seconds down. Hafiz has just put in a very fast sector 3. Further down, Nakarin 3, Nishimura 4. Zakwan 5, Shota Ite 6, Aslan 7, Lachlan Epis, glad to say he's still on the bike in P8.
Much better for the Australian. And you have to wonder whether a plan is being hatched for that Panagali of JDT Racing Team.
This is the problem, isn't it? As they come up the hill, he always seems to lose. Gets close on the long straight, but once they go up the hill, that's where he seems to have the problems. Maybe just the drive out.
Yeah, Hondas are so well sorted, so much data, especially for this Japanese team, SDG Arc Pro.
Once again, as they come down the hill, don't think Hafiz is close enough, but he's close enough to worry Kito Abe.
You can see Kito Abe absolutely focused. Getting to the championship rounds now. 3 laps to go after they complete this one.
Slow burn this one.
0.2 last time.
0.2 this time.
Exactly the same, 0.207.
And the same lead over Nakarin as well, 1.5 seconds. They are matching each other lap for lap. Did get to 1.38 at one stage. So that tells you that Hafiz Sharin is in the ballpark. But without Barry Russell ever really being in a position where he's been able to challenge to overtake if he wants to at this stage.
Yeah, that's right. Kito Abe has just kept up the pace. He hasn't been riding defensively. He's just ridden his own race. He's staying focused, getting his lap times in. If we see the lap times, I don't want to look at the timing screen for too long, but I think they've been pretty consistent for Kito Abe.
Yep.
Doing an absolutely brilliant job there.
High 150s, low 151s. He's just posted a fast opening sector, at sector 2. Coming up the hill behind them, Nishimura and Nakarin, 4 and 3 respectively.
Show's gonna want an appearance on the podium. Nakarin wants as many points as he can get for his championship chances. Kito Abe, as things stand, coming closer and closer to championship contention. The leader at the start of this race, of course, Azroy Hakim Anwar, is out.
Yep, when we come to December the 7th, and it gets all decided in Buriram, what happens in the next 2 laps could well have a big say on the championship. That lead of 2.2 seconds, well, it's gone up by 0.05 of a second.
Oh, and Sho Nishimura's got ahead of Nakarin.
Well, Sho Nishimura into P3, and that again has an impact on the championship standings because Nakarin is 3rd.
So yeah, that is like having his pocket picked really by Sho Nishimura in championship terms. We always knew Sho Nishimura, winner of race 1 last year, was capable of taking away points from the championship contenders. So this is good for the 2 riders at the front, both of them benefit from that. course, from Azroy's exit. Twitch there from Kito Abe. Things will be getting slippery out there.
Well, they've been out there a long time. The tyres will be wearing. Who's been able to manage them better? Hafiz has been constantly at the back wheel, and he's as close as he's been. Nishimura. Well, is Nishimura going to give this a real blast in the final lap and a half?
Abe just slowed a little bit then, and that's allowed Hafiz Shirin to get right onto his back wheel.
So does Hafiz really go for it? If he does, it's a risk.
He will.
He's coming down the hill, and Hafiz Sharin takes the inside line. Can he hold it? The switch back from Abe. He regains the lead, but Hafiz is here to win. And this is a high risk, a high stakes last lap that we're about to go for. Kito Abe leads. Hafiz Sharim accelerates, tries to get the right line, and goes around the outside to take the lead for the second time. Excitement on the pit wall, but Abe has switched back to take the lead again. Hafiz giving it everything.
This is an absolute must-win for Hafiz and JDT.
Third time, Hafiz Sharin goes into the lead. Is he able to hold on this time? The answer's yes.
But pressure coming from Kito Abe again. This is the strongest part of the circuit for Abe. This is a good move. Hafiz getting away.
As they go under the tunnel, you're quite right. Coming up the hill is where Abe has been his most effective. But Hafiz Sharin made not one, not two, but three moves to get into the lead. Abe, though, is trying to fight back. This is where Abe is at his best. Hafiz has to be aggressive and defend at the same time, and he is doing. Abe looks around the inside. Abe has a little look. Hafiz is able to just hold on. Phenomenal racing into the final lap, and Hafiz takes this right-hander. Now it's going to be all about what they can do coming down the hill, Barry Russell.
110% being given by both these riders. You can see in the bottom corner of your screen the tension in the two pits. Here they come. This is decisive.
Hafiz just has the lead. Does he have the right line? He does. Does the grip hold on? It does. He has two left-handers to negotiate. Abe will come as close as he possibly can. Hafiz Sharin turns right. Now it's the long straight for home. Hafiz Sharin comes through. The Ducati of JDT takes the victory under the most immense pressure. The victory for Hafiz Sharin. Kito Abe pushed back into P2. Oh, a last lap for the ages. Sensational.
Look at the relief pouring out of the JDT pit there. Absolute joy. It was a must win for Hafiz Sharin, and he did it. Absolutely incredible as he kisses the ground and gets ready to hoist the flag of Johor in celebration. There are tears of relief in the JDT pit.
Phenomenal, phenomenal. I put my flag in your ground. In the land of the Shogun, I've come here. Oh,
Brilliant on Friday in practice, brilliant in qualifying. A terrible race for Hafiz yesterday. A terrible warm-up this morning. And then he did what he had to do. Congratulations to Hafiz, first win of the season. An absolutely brilliant one against an in-form opponent in the shape of Kito Abe.
And brilliantly done. With a lap and a half to go, he made his move. Coming into the final lap, he was brave. He trusted himself, and maybe at the midway point of the season, that is the move that really makes Ducati believe in themselves, really makes JDT believe that this could be their year. As for Kito Abe, well, it's still not a bad weekend. It's a 45-point weekend.
Yeah, you could see in the SDG pit that they were like, okay. It's a very good weekend for them. First win of the season for Abe and SDG. First win of the season for Hafiz and JDT. And Hafiz is so happy with that, so relieved.
Moves him into second in the championship standings, just a point ahead of the deposed Azroy Hakim Anwar. Abe, though, is the leader.
Yeah, as you said, Des, a 45-point weekend is very good work indeed from the young Japanese rider, who's been brought on so well by the SDG Hark Pro team.
Confirmation of an exhilarating victory for Hafiz Sharin Abdullah on the Ducati Panigale for JDT Racing Team. First win of the season. 2/10 clear of Kito Abe for SDJ Hark Pro Honda, who'd worked so hard to hold off Hafiz and get himself a win double. Sho Nishimura for Japan Post Honda Racing in P3, the wild card on the Honda. Nakarin Atirapuvapat on the Honda Racing Thailand machine in P4 picks up 13 points. Zakwan Zaidi, a useful 11 points for Zakwan for Idemitsu Honda Racing Malaysia. Aslan Shah Kamruzaman slightly off the pace, but happy to pick up 10 points, double digits on the BMW for A1 Energy BMW. Shota Ite the wild card and Toshima Ray the wild card, finishing in 7th and 8th respectively. Ite just edged out by Aslan Shah Kamruzaman for P6. Moving down, Lachlan Epis, delighted for him for Savitar Team Asia. We saw him in real frustration yesterday when he went out on the outlap. This time completes the race in P9, picks up 7 points. Murase Takeru on the Suzuki, picking up 6 points. Cameron Duncan, the 17-year-old, constantly improving and enjoying himself on the Yamaha in 11th. Akito Hagas Apriya picks up P12. Victor Racing Team's Joe Francis, Yamaha on 13 for 3 points. Choyu Joe for Savitar on the BMW. He'll pick a couple of points, although he was a lap down. Ito crashed out on the Motorbum Honda with 5 laps to go. Wadaruka we saw make spectacular mess of his Aprilia. That was with 6 laps to go. Azroy Hakim Anwar taken out by Abiwat Wangtananon. Desperately tried to get back going, but the championship leader ends up with nil point for today. Abiwat Wangtananon. Well, that's a weekend not to remember for the Thai.
Very much forgettable for him, if he can forget it. I'm sure he will. But that was not a good one.
The emotion in the JDT camp on the JDT. And as he's coming in, he's in the pit lane now. You can see hugs from the social media team, from the engineers. And they've still got the Johor flag on. There's expectation surrounding them because there is a decent budget around the JDT team. They want to make a mark on the Asia Road Racing Championship. And in dramatic style, Barry Francis, they have.
Yeah, they absolutely have. So the joy will pour out now from Hafiz and the team. So he wants to hear the applause. And we're seeing a bit of a dance-off today between the last 2 winners, Hafiz Sharin and Adinanta Putra.
You could almost sense the relief. It's almost dripping off him. But now the relief is hugs and it's points on the board, and it's second place in the championship with half a season to go. They are in the ballpark. They are in the game. The Japanese press, well, they're interested in Sho Nishimura's 3rd place and in Kito Abe's 2nd place.
Yeah, that was a good race from Sho Nishimura. He dropped back, he recovered, he overcame a very determined Nakarina Tirapuvapat. Another championship contender, had his pocket picked by the Japanese wildcard.
Which might prove costly at the end of the season. Okay, right then, at the end of that emotional race. Let's go down to get some post-race reaction. Daniel Bogers is down in the Parc Fermé for the last time this weekend.
Show, as it says on your suit, it was showtime for that final battle on the podium. Now, it's looked like you lost a bit of pace at the start, but you managed to climb it back. Tell us about this race. How was it?
Yes, our team, I want to thank you. Very good job for race, about race. Start is so-so, but first 3-4 lap, our lap time is not fast, and every front line is super fast. So that time I focused myself, then keep average. Then last 4-5 lap, our team is very strong to braking, so I can overtake someone. So I'm very happy to, I want to thank you, my team and my sponsor, everyone. Yes, I'm very happy.
Sure, it's so good to see you back on the Asia Road Racing podium. And what's with the bear?
And this is my sponsor's mascot character. Yeah, very cute.
It is very cute. Congratulations, show. What a show you put on.
Thank you.
And second place, none other than Kito Abe. Kito, you dominated that race all the way through until Hafiz got slipped past, and it looked like you were about to close up, but it wasn't a victory this time. But still, 45 points this weekend, and you're in the championship lead.
Yes, so in the championship is so happy, but this race is P2 is not so bad, but I try to push and too much use on the tire, and then last lap the Hafiz very strong. Congrats to Hafiz. Yeah, but next round I try to more improve. Thank you so much, my team and family and sponsors. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Kito. Marvelous weekend. And race winner, Hafiz Sharan of JDT Racing. Hafiz, it was coming. You had the lead in the start. It was a nice start, and then Kito got past, but once you took over in the last lap, it was yours. It was a proper scrap on that last lap. Tell us about this race. Tell us about this journey this weekend, because it was not easy.
First of all, Shukr Alhamdulillah. And was a good start, but not good end yesterday. And also this morning make me lose a lot of more confidence, because I didn't push. I just go in the flow with my rhythm, everything, but I lose the front suddenly at turn 9, so makes me have some doubt to the bike, because I don't know why suddenly we lose the rhythm like very easy, you know. But unlucky race in race 1, and something happened sometime. So race 2, even also I have a good start, but I don't have a confidence to push 100%. I have to go like 90, 95%, and then when Keto passed me, I just follow him, try to save my energy, also my rhythm of the tire, everything. And last lap I try to pass where the place that I really strong. So yeah, we managed to finish P1. I can say a good weekend, not perfect weekend, but good weekend. So there's 14 people behind me to make this happens, and this for them. And last but not least, to our Prince, TMJ, thank you for everything that you give to me. And I hope you enjoy the small moment that I have now. And also last but not least, to my 2 heroes at home and my wife that watching me, and also to all my fans and also Japanese fans that come here to support all the riders. And I hope to see you again in the future. I hope. Yeah, thank you very much. Arigatou gozaimasu.
Thank you, Hafiz. Big congratulations.
ASB 1000cc highlights. It's the last race of the day, the midway point of the season. Bike number 55. Hafiz needed to get off to a good start for the Ducati and did exactly that, Barry Russell. The nightmare scenario did not materialize.
No, it didn't, but Kito Abe, the number 39 for STG Harp Pro, really got onto it. He chased Hafiz. He was the only rider able to stay with the Malaysian. Shona Shimura got away better than he did yesterday.
Behind them, Chip Nakarin was settled in P3, and there was a big Honda thing, but that's a big moment. Oh, Azroy Hakim Anwar fuming with Apiwat Wongtananon. Apiwat has taken him out. Azroy would try to finish, but it would end up with no points to lose the championship lead.
Yeah, at this point you are seeing a solid performance from Zakwan Zaidi. Finished third yesterday. Looking steady today.
Then Arbe decides, yep, enough of this hanging around, 8 laps to go. I want to get into the front. Real duel about to commence with Hafiz Sharin. And he looked really strong going up the hill right the way throughout the race, did Kito Arbe. And Hafiz Sharin, although he tries to come back, unable to. And you did think just for a moment that it was the end of the JDT dream for today.
Yeah, you can see this was a must-win from the faces in the JDT pit.
This is a crash. This is how to reckon a Priya.
Absolutely spectacular. And the rider, Wada, well clear of harm's way. But yeah, this battle was on.
Final lap, that's where Hafiz took the lead for the first time, but he'd lose it. Then he'd take it for a second time, but he'd lose it. But then he'd take it for a third time, and this time he would be able to hold on. This was crucial, leading coming up the hill, and just able to hold off the determined Japanese.
Yeah, fantastic race for Hafiz. He summed it up very nicely in his partner mate interview with Daniel. Kito Abe, great weekend for him. P1, P2, 45 points. Hafiz rescues his championship hopes. Kito Abe moves to the top in the standings.
Certainly was. Could this be a key moment? Tears of relief for the man from Johor. And they will be on the podium. Third place though. Very happy looking Sho Nishimura. Wildcard taking important points away from Chip Nakarin and Zakwan Zaidi. Kito Abe, a really good weekend, 45-point weekend, but his disappointment there to see, but as sportsmanship also there. He congratulates a brilliant job from Hafiz Sharin Abdullah, who was under the most immense pressure following yesterday's disaster. And the JDT team, but Johor Darul Taksim, a state in the southern part of Malaysia, to take the team award. And the Malaysian national anthem, Negaraku. Relief and excitement etched on the face of Hafiz Sharin Abdullah. He's a man who's been through an awful lot. FIM Asia President Stefan Karapier will be handing out the awards to the top 3.
From Japan, Sho Nishimura.
Nishimura, the wild card, and the wild cards, they've added an awful lot to this weekend, Barry Russell.
They've added a lot for us. They've taken away 1 or 2 points.
Points indeed.
Yeah, the regular riders.
Yeah, speak for yourself, Mr. Commentator. It's a
And your race
disconsolate
winner
looking
from
Kito
JDT
Abe.
Racing Team
Maybe he
from
thinks that this is a
Malaysia,
key moment as well.
Hafiz Sharin Abdullah.
Hafiz Sharin, all smiles for him. Abe to his right. One or two scowls there.
And now to present the team award, we would like to invite Mr.
Sweet
Katsumi
music
Kasai,
today.
General Manager
Very
and
different
Department
last
Head
night.
of Sumitomo Rubber Industries
Certainly
Limited,
was.
Dunlop,
25
to
points
the podium.
for Hafiz this weekend. 45 from Kito. Disappointed looking Kito Abe.
Katsumi Kasai, the General Manager and Department Head of Sumitomo Rubber Industries Limited, hands out the team award to Johor Darul Taksim, JDT Racing Team.
And now we would like to invite Mr. Sevan Makikarpia and Mr. Katsumi Kasai to take a photo
I
with
do like
our
it
race
when
winners.
they thank and point out the hard work that goes on from the engineers.
Ladies and
They're the
gentlemen,
ones
give
who are
another
here
big
at
round
10,
of
11,
applause for the
12 o'clock
ASB
at night
1000
on the
Race
night
2
before a
winners.
race. But there is your ASB 1000 Race 2 final result. Nishimura and Abe in 3 and 2. Hafiz Sharin Abdullah for JDT Racing for the first time this season atop the podium. What that means to the overall championship standings is thus. It means that Kito Abe is your new championship leader, 9 points clear of Hafiz Sharin Abdullah on the Ducati. Azroy Hakim Anwar, well, that crash that he had means that he drops down to P3 with 91 points. Nakarin Atura Puvapat on Honda Racing Thailand is just 4 points behind on 87. Zakwan Zaidi on 85, only 16 behind. This is a 5-way thriller. We've still got half a season to go. Even Aslan Shah, a couple of big wins. You never know, the BMW could prove big for Aslan. Lachlan Epis, delighted to see the BMW of the Savitar team, Asia team, on 40 points. And Cameron Dunker, good season for the teenager. He's on 40 points as well with Epis. Okay, so the flags are flying. The rain did not come. The situation has been brilliant. It's been a marvellous weekend. Barry Russell, as normal, can you just talk us through your highlights of this weekend?
Well, we just saw the quality of Hafiz in that race. Enough said on the podium just now. The lights to flag win for Adananta. The emergence of Waina Groho in Supersport. Kritapat making a championship statement in 250s. Husney doing the impossible. And Hiroki Ono stretching his lead in the championship.
Okay, we head off to Mandalika next. We head off to Lombok. It is a scenic sight, but I tell you, it will be magnificent racing because we have got 5 categories with plenty still to race for. It's been our pleasure to be here at the Mobility Resort in Motegi in Japan. The welcome has been fabulous. The racing has been wonderful. From Barry Russell, myself, Des Corkill, and all the broadcast team and the organisers behind the Asia Road Racing Championship, it's been our privilege to bring you the FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. Bye for now. We'll see you in Indonesia.